What is going on there, everybody? Wow, I had I think some of those audios were a little bit much there. I apologize for that. So let's get that adjusted. Let's get all the redeems up and running. Did some playing around, I guess, as far as with some.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I hope you're okay, cause I am now watching you.
Dark, I don't know if you realize that, I guess, as far as you were one of the recipients, I guess, as far as for a free sub. So you just... So we were waiting for yours, I guess, as far as to drop off there. So I guess as far as, if that's okay with you, I guess as far as, feel free, I guess, as far as to go ahead and sub. But, yeah.
We're good!
Brent coming in with a 10 stream.
Racer Batman says rock me tot, 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 rock me salute, rock me salute.
Okay, we had two things going on there, so I had too much going on there. So, Dark, I didn't know if you were aware of that or not, I guess, as far as, but I had you on my to-do list, I guess, as far as waiting for that sub to drop off. So, if you want to save that till next time, I can do that, or you can gift it to somebody else. That's up to you. But it's still up for grabs for you, I guess, as far as for the month of January for being in the top 5. Okay, so, but I do appreciate it, I guess, as far as the sub nonetheless. That was nice, that was a nice, roses are red, violets are blue, hope you're okay. Yeah, so it is Valentine's Day, I guess, as far as coming up, it gets around the corner, so there's that. Anywho, Dark, I guess, as far as you can let me know, I guess, as far as how you want to go about that, I guess, as far as with your free sub to the channel. If you want to save it for next month, that's fine, or give it to somebody else. Okay, so where were we last time we were in here? We were... Oh, that's right. Wow, it's been a while, I guess, as far as... I guess there's a lot of things going on in the off-stream, I guess, as far as... But we did do this special config of the Jeep Willys to create these... So, yeah, we're going to put performance parts on this guy. That's right. So I think we did get it to where... check this out again. I think we did get it to where, yeah, we got the performance filter on there, so we're putting performance parts onto this guy. Probably do the performance pistons, as much as performance parts that we can get on this thing. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna see how much we can get out of this. We give it to someone as much as I want to use it. Someone else have the opportunity to be a sub. All right, so I guess the next. Going through the list here. If there's someone in chat, I guess, as far as it does not have a sub and would like to have a sub, just feel free to speak up. That'll be courtesy of Dark Legacy. Yeah, feel free to speak up. I guess as far as if you're not currently subbed, speak up. All right. So let's see. What else can we get that is a performance part on this thing? So, okay, can we get a performance exhaust manifold? Put this on the list. We gotta check these all at the tune shop. We can, so we'll go ahead and get a tune one of those. And I'm not gonna worry about getting to a 3-star. We'll just get the parts that we can and slap them on there. Okay, so there's that. We can probably get an intake manifold. Check it all out. Intake manifold, yes, sir. So we kind of more or less just doubled the output. So I think it was 60 horsepower.
Ain't got no gas in it.
Well, this one doesn't have gas in it right now, but we're gonna fix that. Give this who a sub. Ghoulish Man has no sub. So I guess is that where we're sending it to? Okay, so yeah, that's all we need is someone to speak up there. So we'll do this right away then. That's where we want it to go. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to go like this. We'll give all the folks, I guess, as far as you'll be able to enjoy that ad-free viewing experience.
Racer Batman says rock me tot, rock me tot, rock me tot, rock me spray, rock me spray, rock me spray, rock me sports car, roll, rock me sports car, roll the no dance.
Roll and dance. Oh, that was the dance dyno. The dancing dyno. Alright, let's do this. That should take a second, I guess, as far as the process. Gullishman. You're now the lucky recipient, I guess, as far as of a free gifted sub, courtesy of Dark Legacy. Being in the top 5 for the... That goes for anybody for this month. You want to get yourself into the top 5, I guess, as far as you can ensure your free gifted sub, I guess, as far as for next month. Feel free to get on that. So no water pumps. That is how that works. And you'll have the ability, I guess, as far as to get that to somebody else too, just like Dark Legacy did. Indeed.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
What for? Yeah, what is that going to accomplish? So we can't get a water pump, but I do need to keep that on the list so we can get just a regular water pump. So I guess I'll save that. I know I should be able to get pistons. So the crank. Yeah. Chief Blazes, welcome on in. Appreciate the follow. Yeah. So cranks usually aren't going to be a performance part. Let's just double check to make sure. So we do have that crank. I just want to double check here. So we should have crankshaft. No. So crankshaft is not. So we'll have to use just the standard crank. Should have a standard water pump. Yep. These are not performance we can get. All right. Just trying to get all the performance parts we can. Pistons we should be able to get. Okay, so these 2 items we cannot get performance. These we should. So we need 4 of those. And don't forget the rings on those. Okay, so we can't get... Alright, we're going to need to get some rings for those. Of course I have it. I'm all kind of clumsy today. So get 4 new rings for those performance pistons. Gotta put the rings on it. Good evening there, Jack Doll. Welcome in. We got Dark Legacy trying to get that snowball fight going. I'll get on that snowball action. Why not? We still got a little bit of snow out there IRL as well. We got some more coming. We got more snow coming. Not looking forward to it. Definitely not looking forward to it. You should be able to get a performance head. Let's go back to the performance shop. Performance head. Yes, sir. 5% on that one. Yeah, buddy. So many bolts, so little time. I remember these heads having a very unique torquing sequence. I'm trying to recall from memory. It was something of this nature. Something like that. There we go. Alright, so we got carburetor. Let's get. Should be able to get a performance carburetor. Kind of curious to see what we can get out of this thing. Putting all the performance parts to it. Yeah? Okay, so this... Okay, we'll get a brand new one of those. I don't think this is going to be performance, but let's check it out. Checking all the parts. Nope, so no performance parts on that one. So we'll go to the store. A little bit of back and forth gets as far as to get the parts we need. Okay, so that's just a standard part for that. Water pump pulley is going to be standard. So we're going to need this bracket. That is not repairable. Let's go ahead and get a new one. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up painting this one up a little bit differently too. By the time it's all said and done, we'll see. Can get a performance alternator. Oh yeah, let's get all the performance parts for her. Now, we might take the approach of applying all the performance parts to it, and then, you know, not getting it to a 3-star or anything, and then put all the performance parts to a 3-star and see what happens. Might be interesting. Are we on the road there, Dark Legacy? Blowing the horn, I guess, as far as to make sure everybody's out of the way. Okay, so there's all that. So don't think we can get a performance flywheel. Oh, we can. Nice. Performance flywheel. Clutch plate. So should be able to get all the performance clutch stuff, yeah? Should be able to. So pressure plate. And bearing, I think, is the only one we aren't able to get a performance part for. If I remember right. Yeah, no performance part for that. So this is the standard part. Standard clutch bearing. We do want to keep it all at 100% for sure. Let's get some performance plugs. Yep, we'll get 4 new ones of those. They're still at home getting some toasted coffee before I have to go learn how to drive. So you will be getting on the road. But once again, I guess as far as honk the horn to get everybody out of the way. I'm a busy guy. Okay, what are we missing there? So no... Oh, we got to get the distributor all that on. That's right. Let's get that all on. So we should be able to get performance distributor. Yeah, buddy. So rotor. Distributor rotor. Yes. Cap. Yeah, we didn't want it all. Get it all performance. We'll still have some 100% parts left over that we're able to repair, but yeah. So let's get some performance wires. Quite a few things we can get there performance. I don't want to forget the clips. Don't forget the clips. Okay, ignition coil. That is 100%. We want to get performance. The day you get your CDL, I will find every legal excuse to pull their every legal excuse. Yeah. Okay, we should be able to get a performance cam. I probably would too. I would do the same thing. Every legal excuse, yes. Like when people get in your way. Okay, so cam gear wise, we'll be able to have to do just a standard cam gear. You're looking pretty spiffy with all the performance parts, so we can't. Just a standard timing chain. All right. Timing cover. That one's good to go. Sweet. Harmonic balancer. Keep it all under. Keep the vibrations at. All the good vibrations under belt. We don't want to bumping around, I guess, as far as without the harmonic balancer. So there's our fan. I don't think that's going to be performance. Let me double check. No, okay, just making sure. Wait, did I should already have one. I think I put that on the list for no reason. Should have been able to repair the one we had up. So let's see what we got here. Got to do the bottom end, so that's standard. Oh, I already had the head. Whoops. That's alright, we want another one, so we'll go ahead and sell that. Keep that. That's the non-performance, non-performance. We get the performance one of those, performance one of those, performance one of those. Distributor, intake, oil pan, transfer case. I don't know if we can get that performance. We'll have to check it out. Okay, I think we're good. Let's get the bottom in. Super Bowl is yesterday. Seahawks won. I I really don't get into it myself, quite honestly. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I don't get into those sports. So, good for Seahawks. Go Seahawks. I don't know. Just not. I've never been a big football fan. I know a lot of people find that's kind of gross, but it's just, I don't know. I got into a lot of friends that I had to just get into the gambling of it, I guess, as far as, and they found themselves in a bad way with the gambling on it, and it's like, no, I don't care. I don't need that. I guess I just want to get addicted to it, in that fashion. I think that's my only really big reason, I guess, as far as for not really getting into those types of sports. Okay, I think we got everything on there. Top end, front end, back end. Cool, I think that is it. So other than the starter, get the performance gearbox and all that. So did we do all the front end on this yet? I don't remember if we did. If we didn't, we'll have to do that. Nope, we did not do all that yet. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do front end on this thing. Got some rusty lugs. Yeah, so I do remember, I guess, as far as contemplating whether or not we wanted to do this in the desert brown that the truck is, or we want to do it just in black. I might just do it in black since we got things like the shocks already in black. I don't think we can paint these. Pretty sure we can't paint those, so I'm gonna check and see here because I don't remember if we can. I don't think you can. I'd say if we can paint those, maybe we can paint it the same color as the body of the Jeep. Does it show shocks? It does. These might be paintable. Hold on a minute. These are paintable. I'll be dipped. So let's do this. You can paint the shocks. Okay, we might actually go up this route with it. I'm not going to paint that, but just to kind of confirm. So we did the other Jeep, I guess, as far as all black on this one. I think this one will probably go that color of the Jeep. I think that's what we're going to do. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, so I don't know if some of you are subscribed to the items there on the Steam Workshop. I did redo a lot of them to confirm, I guess, as far as they will spawn. Probably error in my own ways, I guess, as far as to improperly name, I guess, as far as the config file. This is what I've come to find, I guess, as far as even with some other ones that I've subscribed to that didn't have the proper numbering, I guess, as far as of the config file in the workshop download. So I've done, I guess, as far as a lot of the ones that I have available on my own collection. So if you've been having issues, I guess, as far as with getting those configs to spawn that are available on my collection there, I guess, as far as those should be corrected now. I was not aware of the fact that they were incorrect, so I've corrected them. That's the simplest way I can put it. I do appreciate for those of you that have gotten those, I guess, as far as, and had some, hopefully had some fun with those. We've had fun creating some of those configs. Alright, we need to get that tire off. These rims should be repairable. Be able to polish those up. That leaf spring can come off. Tie rod's out. Ooh, a little rusty. So, Dark, I kind of get it. I guess, as far as for yours from Washington State, correct? I guess as far as the fact that Seattle is over in Washington State, that kind of makes sense. Good for the Seahawks. That's good for Washington State. just kind of dawned on me. Let's get that knuckle off. Okay, I think we already did. Yeah, we already did the radiator and stuff like that, so that's good. Let's get these parts fixed up that we can. We got some drums we can machine. Get that done. Okay, so some of these parts I want to paint, and I guess we already got the swath, the color swath for that Jeep. I guess as far as for the paint booth, or I guess we're good there. I think we did have to get some body panels, I guess, as far as repainted. It's all coming back to me. I want to make sure the things are doing okay over there on the red side. Let's check this out. So if we go... Those of you that might be watching on the red side, I've been doing some bot work over there just to kind of get it a little bit more thumping over there. Do appreciate the folks, I guess, as far as that do watch us on all the platforms that we're streaming to. Gonna be all in preparation too, I guess, as far as of the demo coming out for Car Mechanic Simulator 26. I'm gonna make sure all these things are systems go prior to that happening. All right, so we got get this other drum. Okay, and then we're gonna need see some tie rod stuff. Let's do that. Tie rod stuff. We're gonna need some new shocks. Let's see here. Tie rod stuff. Where the shocks at? Need 2 new ones of those. Yeah, we don't need that fan. We're good. So 2 new shocks. We're probably gonna get those painted. We'll get these drums painted. Alright. So yeah, I'm thinking this was the color that we already got on the swath here. Let's check this out. I'm gonna need 4 new rubber bushings too. I just remembered for that for the leaf springs. So let's do some rubber bushings. 4 of those. Alright, let's do this. And we already got the performance one of those. We get the drums painted. And this should be the color. Oh, am I gonna have to do... Hold on. Gotta do this number. Here, so we gotta do everything. There we go. Uh-huh. Guess that looks right. Oh, we'll go ahead and paint it. That's all we did last time, I guess, as far as to paint those. When you did it in black, get the other drum. That should be this guy. Right? Do I gotta go back into this? Need to do everything. There we go. Oh, I see. So we can turn the metalness down. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. This looks kind of funny, funky to me. I guess I don't remember it being like that when we painted them black, I guess. Different color. Okay. So let's do that. What else we got? So the drums. That we already got that performance. That's performance. I don't know if I should do these or not. We'll have the. I think we'll leave those. Shocks I do want to paint. There we go. Looks good. Why paint the drum when you have the solid? Yeah, I don't know. I just figured from the back side of it. That's all I'm thinking about. Probably don't even need to paint the drum. Now that I think of it, because we're not going to have a... Yeah, we got a solid rim on it. We are going to paint the rims, too. Got to pull those apart. I don't know. I'm just thinking of what might show and what doesn't show. Because I know when I did the black on the other one, I guess as far as it just... I don't know. I wanted to make sure everything didn't... just was all subdued as much as possible. So camouflage, if you will. Do that. There's that. What else we got? But yeah, I guess it's a judgment call on the drums. So we want to get knuckles. That's all going to show, as well as the caps for those, you know. I don't know, which one looks... Okay, I guess it's not any different. Sounds good to me. This looks weird, I guess, as far as when you paint the metal parts. It's got like that darkness to it in comparison to the way the shocks are. Guess there's no way to correct that. Okay, so other knuckle. That knuckle's good. Let's get this knuckle. We'll see how it looks when we get it in there. You might want to adjust it. Okay, so we got to get these fellas. Keep the guts for that knuckle, I guess, as far as all contained. Okay. That's this one. Adds a little bit of customization, I guess, as far as to our parts. Oh, wait a minute. What did happen there? That's not what I wanted. I wanted this guy. There we go. Okay, so what else we got? So we'll get a performance gearbox. We'll probably paint that. Fuel pump is already performance. Oh, leaf springs. Yep, all the leaf spring stuff. Yeah, I painted that there wrong. Yeah, see, these look better on the leaf springs than it does on the knuckles and that. I don't know, just feel that difference of color. We got Evan the Bandito coming in and stinking up the joint. What's going on there, Evan? Did it do the shadow? It did do the shadow, I guess, first. Evan the Bandito on the red side. Saw some TikToks, I guess, as far as you had of some of the things you were doing with the motorcycle. Been doing some work on it still, I guess, as far as with yeah, even in the off season. Gotta get those tie rod parts there too. Okay. Got the tie rod parts there too. Yeah, I don't need to do those. Half tempted to do those though. Probably want the shafts. Yep, definitely the axle. Let's do that. Oh yeah. That's all gonna be visible. A lot of reading and wrenching. Only have a couple more days to our warming up. I mean, what's warming up? What's considered warming up? I mean, above freezing? Yeah, we haven't been above freezing in a while. In fact, today I think we're still just slightly under freezing. I think it got up to like 30. That's the highest we've been quite some time. Okay, there's the axle. I'm gonna do that shaft. Oh, okay, this one we gotta do everything. Like so. There we go. Some of these parts, they're not paintable, I guess, as far as by default, so we gotta do the everything. Everything. Okay, what else do we have? I know we got the, yep, tie rod stuff. Those are paintable. Sweet. Yeah, see all that's different it is between like this part and these parts here. That's weird. Let me try this. I'm gonna do the everything. See what that does. Doesn't really change all that much. Alright, we'll just do it that way. 50s and 60s. Oh, damn. So you haven't been that cold. Yeah, it's still been below freezing here. Up here in the north. Already fishing 6 books this year. You haven't been on the PC a whole lot. Apparently. I've been, excuse me, and popping in, I guess, as far as I've noticed you've done the TikToks. With the bike. We got that one tie rod. Docks are done. With this tie rod. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't really make any difference if you put it on the everything or not. It's still going to be the same color. Got that contrast between there. Not really sure why that is, but okay. A little bit funky, but we'll go with it. Okay. These are done. Stick. Springs are done. What about all the U-bolts? Yep. Get all those done. See, those look better. Not got like that dark hue to it. You got everything else needed and wanted installed. Now they got it all ready to go riding. That's kind of crazy comparison, I guess, as far as 50s and 60s down there, and we've had below freezing up here. Huge contrast. Crazy huge contrast. But I guess that's why they call it the South. You get all the better weather. Okay, let's see what else we got here. We should have 2 other U-bolts. Yep, 2 more U-bolts. And probably that plate too. We got the 2 different styles there. I guess it doesn't really matter. Mornings are still 20s, 40s. But at least during the day it's above freezing. That's for sure. I would take that. But we do understand that it is winter. So to be expected to be cold up here in the north during the winter. That's just the natural balance of things. The way it always has been, it's the way it always will be. Let's see. Now we gotta get the plates. Yep, get the leaf plates. Slathered up. Got all these different versions of the same color, I guess, as far as in the swath. It's kind of funny. They keep trying different settings on it. Yeah, I got all these different... Yeah, so that was my miscue on that one. Okay. I think we got just about everything that we want to get painted for the undercarriage. All the U-bolts. I guess I didn't do these. Cool. Other tie rod. Make sure we get the one that's new. Yep. Yeah, that should be the last part. Parts for the undercarriage. Right now, us in the south are in what's called the fall spring. We'll warm up for a week or 2. One more big cold snap before actual spring. Happens every year. So yeah, another crazy thing happens down there in the south, I guess. So you got your things that happen, I guess, as far as during the seasons, I guess, as far as we got ours up here. Crazy how that works. Alright, so we got our axle painted. Steering rack, I want to get that painted too. Oh, we already painted our shocks. Cool, got our knuckles painted. Looks good so far. Back and plates, I probably want to get those painted. So these here, painted. Sweet. So it didn't paint the bolts. I think it did paint it on this one here. I gotta check. So far that looks pretty good. I dig it. So ready to be out of this winter depression, so sad despite not riding it. Yeah, I can get that. So did it paint the... It did not. Okay. Wanted to make sure. We got quite a few of the things, I guess, as far as painted black under there. Alright. So it did not paint the bolts on there, which is fine. Just wanted to confirm. As long as we get a majority of the parts, I guess, as far as subdued, that'd be cool. Alright, let's finish this up. So leaf springs. Painted. Did I get the rubber bushings? I did not. So let's get some rubber bushings. Oh, you know what? I must have got regular rubber bushings. I needed the smalls. My bad. That's a miscue on my part. So I needed the small rubber bushings, not regular. My bad. Got a couple of trips planned this year. Yellowstone. I've been to, you know, in that relatively same region, I've been to the Yuma Proving Grounds. That's about as close as I've been to Yellowstone, I guess. Which really isn't all that close. Yeah, so if we put the drum on that, we'll have the rim on that. So I think we're good. I guess I did want to get the backing plate. Yeah, let's do that backing plate. Hold on a minute. I'm going to take that backing plate off. Paint that guy. Let's paint the backing plates. So that's the wheel hubs. Where are those at? They are... Yeah, see, I got the wrong rubber bushings there. That's fine. There's our wheel hubs. Let's get these painted. We'll go with that. Hell yeah. There's one. That's going to be all the way to the end. And two. We'll have to check and see if we can get a performance transfer case. And I haven't done too many 4x4s performance-wise, so I know you can get the gearbox, but I wonder if you can get the transfer case. I really want to go to Alaska at one point in my life. I've been there. It's okay to visit, but I guess I wouldn't want to live there. So I've been to Fairbanks. Yeah, Fairbanks, which is like kind of closer to the U.S., if you will, as far as like Canada, you know, like kind of like closer to that border. Then you got Anchorage, that's a little bit further in. But yeah, I've been there at least once. Let's see, this is worth the trip. That doesn't look too bad. Okay, let's go drive axle. Use drums. We did get those painted. Probably didn't really need to. That was kind of a judgment call, but I think it'll look a little bit better that way. I do want to get that steering rack too, so I think we need a new one. Nope, we'll just go ahead and paint that too. Let's paint the steering rack. You want to see the mountains and lakes for sure. Yeah, don't forget about the wildlife there either. You get a lot of crazy, a lot of different types of wildlife. So like, I forget which bears. You get moose and elk and yeah, maybe even a yeti. Right, another one. Don't forget about the yeti. We need steering rack. I think that's what they call it over there. From what I remember, they call it a yeti. Where's the steering rack? I heard it is. Get that painted. Cool. Alright, let's get that in. Like the cups? What do you mean the cups? Cups. Cups? Oh, there's a raffle. On that raffle outside. The Yeti cups and coolers. Not those types of Yetis. No, not those kind of Yetis. Got the wrong kind of Yetis. I see you're trying to troll. It's a big thing up there when I was up there in Alaska, I guess, as far as they're pretty superstitious, if you will, I guess, as far as about the Yeti. Okay, drum, that's painted. Cool. I think we got everything. Tie rods. Yeah. It's kind of weird how it paints that part of the tie rod that way, but that's what we got. But I think when we did it black on the other Jeep, it looks a little bit, I don't know, doesn't look as obvious. We'll see what we got here. So these tie rods, we paint those? Yep, so looking black, painting it black, I guess, as far as doesn't look quite as obvious. Interesting. Alright, we gotta get strap on these leaf springs to the axle housing. Got those all painted. Cool deal. Oh, gotta put this guy on. Yeah, you'd never, right. Sure you wouldn't. Okay, we're gonna deal with those tires now. I think we'll get the rims fixed up and get those painted. Oh, yeah, it's looking good so far. Alright, so okay, let's get these separated. You gotta keep them separated. Yeah, those should clean up really nice. Let's get those cleaned up. So I'd imagine there Evan the Bandito will get some videos once you get onto the trails over on the YouTube channel. So we got the shout out there, just as far as for the YouTube channel. Got it already set, ready to go. Now let's get these rims painted. We'll get some new rubber to put on those. Did I already get the tires? I'm gonna look and see here. Did I already get tires? I did not. So we're gonna have to get 4 new ones of those. Let's put that on the list. Let's paint these rims up. Okay, where are those rims at? We'll get that one painted. This one I do want to do everything because I want to make sure it gets the lugs. Yeah, so we want to do it. Yeah, hold on. We gotta go here and do everything. Make sure it gets the lugs. slurp it up, and that looks better. Okay, other rim. We'll have to repeat this for the rear ones too, of course. So even when you pick the swath, it doesn't actually still have to go into this. Interesting. Make sure we get everything. When you're on the PC, I've just been playing a little bit of Division 2. A lot of videos, I'd imagine. So, going on the camp trips and just the trips in general. Alright, let's get some new rubbers to put on these rims. Gotta go to the tire shop. 205 75 16. 16 inch. We'll get 4 of them, so that's going to be on all 4 corners. 205 75. Pretty thick sidewall. Get 4 new ones of those. Cool. We'll put 2 of these on these rims here. Beautiful. Like Racer Batman getting some fluids out of that raffle. GG's. Gotta make sure my GG's are working. Alright, there's that rim. Get this other rim. Get this balance. Must have the balance. Oh, we got another snowball fight underway here, I guess, as far as I'll get on that action. We still got a little bit of snowpack, I guess, as far as outside their IRL. Yeah, we're definitely expecting to get it a few more inches over the next couple of days. Definitely not looking forward to that. Definitely not looking forward to that. Alright. Ooh, that's where we're at so far, I guess, as far as with our custom Jeep Willys. Looking good. Alright, so, let's do the rear end, I guess, as far as while we're at it. Just kind of balance it out. Jack Doll went all in. Oh, no. Yikes. Gotta build up those fluids back again. Was that on purpose for Jack Doll, or was that just for the heck of it? I kind of shuffled up the leaderboard there a little bit, I bet. What's the top at now? I probably shuffle it up. That definitely shuffled it up a little bit. So we got probably at least a couple of new players in there. Why not? They're yours to do what you wish. You got the whole month to build it back up, right? You got the rest of the month. You never know. You could have probably could have doubled up there. It's all in good fun. So these are off-roads, okay. That makes sense, being a 4x4 Jeep Willys. Okay. Oops, I need to get that off first. That looks really good up there in the front. Like it. I guess we do have some camouflage. I think there's digital camo you can put on it, and I think there's also the woodland camo to it, but I think I'm probably just going to keep it a solid, like this sandy desert sand color. Kind of like what we did on the other Willys, only we did it OD green. Or our version of OD green, anyway. Oh, excuse me again. Thunder coming in here, stinking up the joint now. We already had Evan coming in here, stinking up the joint. Okay, I guess we can take that out now. So, we didn't do exhaust yet. Let's take out exhaust. Get this out. We'll get that all replaced. So we'll get a performance fuel pump. Yeah. Probably do that. Let's get a new tank. You're welcome. Let's do part mount. Let's get a new one of those while we're thinking of it. Excuse me. The Tundra a little bit gassier, I guess, as far as the Nevin and Banditor. Yeah, I wish we could paint this rear, the spare tire. The only thing we can't do, I guess, as far as on this Jeep, is first to paint that rear spare. So we got these that we can machine. Yes, we do. Let's go ahead and do those. Fix the rest up that we can. Chitted. Yeah, definitely chitted. Well, it is a little bit toasty as far as we're making it a little less toasty. Now, it depends on if we're talking about weather, or if we're just talking about the condition of this Jeep. Now, the weather is a whole different story. We definitely got it toasty here in the studio. 'Cause it's cold out. Yeah, it should be a tad bit nipply out. Can't remember what I've set the thermostat at. I'm gonna say, I think we just put it at 70. It's pretty comfortable. Nothing too crazy. Alrighty then. So even though we did fix up that fuel pump, we'll probably end up putting a performance one. So let's fix up that guy, and then we need 4 small rubber bushings for the rear. Leaf springs. We need 2 new shocks. Let's go to here. Where's the rears? There's the rears. 4 new rears. 2 new rears. There we go. Okay, so we got that. This drum. Let's get the other drum. Okay, we're good. All the drums. I think that's about it. And we might need to paint the drive shaft. Okay, let's get this rear end back in. Oh, we want to paint it first. Hold on. Hold on. We're getting too far ahead of ourselves. I want to get this painted. Get that sandy color too. Alrighty now. So paint these drums. You know what? Just for the heck of it, we're not going to paint these in the rear. We did paint the front just to kind of see the difference in the front and the back, just to get an idea. They needed to be painted at all, so that's we can paint this dude. That as much of that undercarriage painted as we can, within reason. Fuel tank, we want to paint that as well, so I'll probably have to take that off. Put these leaf springs. Oh, excuse me. So gassy. What you mean? I'm outside in a t-shirt, no jacket? Well, good for you. You must be like Evan the Banditor. Got that warmer weather. Yeah, we don't have that up here. We unfortunately don't have that up here. So yeah, I want to paint that fuel tank that we got brand new. Remember that. So we'll get this other spring. Yeah, I can remember the days, I guess, as far as that I was stationed at Fort Bragg during winter, and like during Christmas time, I guess, as far as we're outside in shorts, and then I guess as far as playing volleyball and such like that. That was crazy. That was a very weird experience. I wasn't used to that. Definitely was not used to that. Those were the good old days. That's painted. So we should have U-bolts. Yep, there's the U-bolts. Too bad you couldn't do like a batch paint. I think I've mentioned this before. Batch paint would be kind of nicer. Maybe just to be able to fog the whole thing while it's together. Just bring the whole frame in here and just paint it. That'd be kind of cool. That way you save a little bit of time having to paint all the individual parts. Hopefully if Red Dot's listening, maybe they'll give us that option. Leaf springs. So we got 2 more U-bolts. And I got all different. It's all spread across the swaths here. Just pick one, right? Other than the white, of course. Other than the white. So we should have 1 more U-bolt. And we got some shocks to paint. Got the rear axle to paint. Okay. What's going on there, WC Gamer? What's going on today?
A few moments later.
Yep, indeed. So you get it. Takes a little bit of time having to do them individually. But it's going to look good once it's done. Let's get the rear axle. So nice. Okay, what else do we have? I think that's about it besides the shocks. Let's see here. Yeah, just got to get the rear shocks. I think that's it. Actually, I didn't make those matte. Did I not make those matte? Hold on a second. Just realized that one's glossy. I didn't want it glossy. Shoot. Yeah. Where's that? So this one here. Custom. Where is it for matte? Paint target, material replace. Fiber. We got. Go black, red, white, wood, leather. Is visible. That'd be funny. I'll be dang. So I don't see. What the heck? Where is it for matte? Gloss, solid. Oh, there we go. So I might have screwed up on that one there. I want to make it matte. Well, even matte looks shiny. Weird. Oh well. I know on the black, when we did the black, I guess as far as on the other Jeep, I guess as far as it definitely looked flat. That's what matte's supposed to be. I think we got everything painted here. Let's go get this on there. You need a little help drawing a huge brain fart. What are you having trouble with? I'm playing this game. Do I need to add oil to a new transmission or no? No. No, that's one thing they don't have for fluids on the transmission. They don't have, so even though they have the steering fluid, which is ATF, it doesn't require, I guess, as far as any fluid for the transmission. So yeah, there is no fluid for transmission. Alright, so we should be able to get this back together. I want to get this off here and paint it too. Let's paint that guy too. Trying to get her all subdued there under the undercarriage. That's one thing we're hoping that gets added to the next rendition for CMS 26, is that we do have the option for transmission fluid, because it already is in the game as far as power steering. Where's that fuel tank? There she is. Get that painted. Yeah, that looks funky too, but it's kind of a pukey sand color. Let me try this again. Go back to here. Try everything. Excuse me. Oh, I guess that's the base so we can get it. But even paints kind of puts a little bit of overlay, I guess, as far as on the decals too. That's interesting. Okay. Get our rear end put together. So we're getting close here. WC Gamer gets as far as to get the transmission and the transfer case onto this one. I want to check and see if we can get a performance transfer case. I know we can get a performance gearbox. We'll see. Oh, I need to do the knuckles. Oops. Okay, we'll get the knuckles. Put these parts on that we already got painted. Oh, now. Yeah, we'll get those knuckles. So we already have the shocks painted. Wait a minute. Shoot, did I do that wrong? Okay, hold on. Oh, I missed the other shock. Okay, so let's do this one. Guess I missed the other shock. Okay, so we need to get the knuckles.
Nope.
Anyway. Nope, that was a big fat nope right there. Yep. Not wrong. Okay, so we got the knuckles to do and that other shock. Spring. This shock. Go with that guy. Cool. Awesome. And then knuckles. Where are the knuckles at? Maybe a knuckle sandwich. Guess we don't need to do those. Wait a minute. So we gotta get these wheel hubs. Where were the knuckles at? Gotta find those knuckles. Must overlook it. Knuckles. Where are the knuckles? Transmission.
A few moments later.
Yeah, so you're getting the point. Oh, it works. So there's the other shock. Takes us a little bit of time. Where the heck are the knuckles at? Interesting. Alright. Okay, let's go back to these again. Knuckles gotta be in here somewhere, right? Let me do this. There they are. Let's do it that way. Because we can't find them just scrolling through. Do it that way. Cool. And should have the other knuckle. We'll just do it this way. Show you. Don't hide on me. Just out of curiosity, do everything. Yes, still pretty much the same. Okay. It's all good. Oil in the motor. It's telling me not all fluids are full yet. I filled the brake, antifreeze, power. Yeah, I gotta put oil in the motor. That's what it sounds like. Didn't put any engine oil in. So you got all of them but the engine oil, sounds like. Yeah, kind of what Brent said. Yeah, that should be all the fluids then. Instead, double check your engine oil. Motor honey. Engine can't run without the motor honey. Now, if you don't have enough oil in there too, that'll cause it to say, I guess, as far as don't have enough fluids. You got to make sure you get it within the proper range. Because if you got it too low, it'll say that too. I didn't stutter. And if I stutter too badly as far as calm me down. So these we didn't paint, much the same we did at the front. Just kind of get an idea of what that looks like. So I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue having our tires painted on this side. We got to get those taken apart yet. Okay, so we should have our other shock. Got that painted. Cool. Get the leaf springs on. Let's get down. Yeah, so if I wasn't clear, I guess, as far as what I was talking about there, you definitely keep me honest. Yeah, this looks really good. I like it. I like it. It's a different contrast to the other Jeep Willys. Another knuckle. Painted. Nice. Backing plates. So we did at least get the backing plates, but yeah, may not necessarily be a requirement to do the drum, since you got the full rim on the wheel. Probably don't really need to paint them. There we go. Let's let's put our rubber bushings in here. Oh yeah, I bought 4 regular rubber bushings by mistake because I wasn't thinking straight. Get over there, please. There. Thank you very much. Okay, there's our rear end. Let's deal with, we can put our fuel tank in that's painted. Beautiful. Check it out. Just get a better look at this. Look at how good that looks. So we can't really paint the frame. That's the other thing. It's the only downside to painting it this color. Because in comparison to this one, we did this all in black. That is not what I meant to do. Yeah, it subdues it a lot more. We had to try it though, just as far as to see what that would look like. But yeah, if we could paint that frame part, that would be would make this look a lot better. Not terrible though. So we'll go ahead and take these apart. I totally forgot to fill the radiator. So you did mention antifreeze. So yeah, if any of the fluids are low, if they don't have enough in there, it'll still say it'll make that statement. Gotta make sure it's the proper level. Now there's really no, if you got the old school radiator, it's kind of hard to tell how much is in there. Most cases or whatever, it's just best to keep pouring it in there until it starts to overflow. That's usually your best bet. I tend to just kind of guesstimate how much should go in there at this point. And it's usually pretty good. Okay, so we got those fixed up. Let's paint those rims up. We already got the tires. We bought all the tires earlier. Just gotta paint the rims up. And we want to make sure we do everything. We want the lug nuts to be painted too. Someone's got a serious gas problem. Alright, let's do this, and we want to make sure we do everything. Whoops. Right there. That'll paint the lugs too. Yeah, bowling today? Nice. That sounds fun. I'll have the fun at the bowling there, Tundra. Do any of the other mechanic games? This is about the only one so far there, WC Gamer. Well, we do play other games on the channel. We do a little bit of trucking on our Tuesday. We do some more of this on our Wednesday. We got NASCAR 25 has been our go-to, I guess, as far as on Thursdays. And then a little bit of Satisfactory as of late on our Saturdays. So far, that's been about it. Put a new redeem out there, I guess, as far as for anybody that has a game they would like to see played. Oh shoot, I forgot to do the everything. Redo that. There we go. So if there's a game out there you'd like to see played on the channel, and you got the sanity points, I guess, as far as giving you an itch, I guess, as far as to do something with it, I guess, as far as you have that option. That goes for anybody. So we did get those painted, got some new tires. How and when do I gain access to those rooms or buildings? So most of them, I guess, as far as they start off at level 10. I'm not sure which level you're at. So you'll get barns in that, I guess, as far as at level 10. Then you get like the junk, and I could be getting this wrong, but I think level 10 is where you start to get some of those. But also, as far as the rooms, like being able to expand the garage, definitely want to keep a look at your upgrades. Expand the garage, I guess, as far as you get those, if that's what you mean by those. You'll have to have the money as well as the skill point, I guess, to be able to do that. Mostly, I think it's just money to get the garage expanded, not so much the skills. So, yeah, you definitely have to make sure you have the money. You're a pretty high level. So what's so if you're beyond 15, then you should have your auctions, your junkyard, salvage auction, all that stuff. That should already be unlocked if you're at level 15 at least. Or just count to 12. It should be full. I don't even really count. I just kind of watch the jug as I'm putting the fluid in. So when I know when it stays fully tipped and it comes backwards, I guess, as far as I'll just leave it in there for like 2 more counts, and then it's usually good. That's usually what I do. I mean, everybody has their own way, I guess, as far as doing. That's just the way I do it. All right, let's get this other tire put together. This one balanced. I mean, if that's what it comes out to, is 12. I never really counted from the time I started pouring. I just watch the jug, and when it tips back from fully tilted, I guess, as far as I know, it's just like a 2 count, and then I'll usually stop. It's usually good before it overflows. I mean, it doesn't hurt if you overflow it, but you know, if you're trying to be more realistic about it, as far as you don't want it to overflow. The game doesn't really fault you, I guess, as far as if you overfill it. Alright, let's get these tires. It's gonna look good. We even got the lugs. Try the game Detroit Becoming Human. Not really my type of game. I guess I've seen some gameplay on it. Way beyond 15. So if you're on beyond 15, you should have like auctions, the junkyard, all that good stuff. Now, the approach that I've taken, I guess, as far as in my playthrough, is I built the funds up first before I even started buying my own cars. You know, so do the call orders, build up the funds. I mean, there's really no wrong way to go about it. It's just the way I went about it. That looks pretty good. I like how that turned out. So other than being able to paint the actual frame, I think that turned out pretty good. So I'm going to get... Yeah, so we're to the point to be able to put the performance gearbox in. Actually, we got to get the engine in there first. Let's do that. And we'll get all the other stuff in there. Yeah, we're going a little bit of a different approach on this one here. We did our own special config on this Willys. This is all standard. Added a little bit more oomph in the Willys engine, I guess, as far as on this one. So on top of giving this a little bit more base horsepower, we also put the performance parts to it, just to kind of see what we can get out of it. So let's pull that off. We'll slap it into here. How do I buy your own cars? Like, you can get junkyard cars. You can go to, like, my favorite is going to the salvage auctions and getting them that way. They're in a lot better condition usually than at the junkyard. It just depends on what kind of car you want to start off with. So that's 100% green build. It doesn't take into account the performance parts we put onto it, but it at least shows all the parts that we do have on our 100%. And there she is. She's in there. Get this out of the way so we're not tripping on it. Now let's button up our bottom ends. We're gonna get our performance gearbox. I'm gonna see if we can get a transfer case. Might want to subdue that too. Okay, so let's go here. Let's get that on the list, and we want to check out the performance gear shop. Oh wait, what happened here? Is that fuel tank phone? Huh? What the heck is that? Oh, we'll get that off of there. Already got that fuel tank taken care of. I'm not sure why it named it that way. Anyway, let's get this here for Willys. I think I want to subdue that. Yep, let's get that painted. We'll be able to fine-tune the gears on that one if need be at the dyno. So where's that gearbox at? There should be. Let's get that painted. Bloop. Oh yeah, so it's gonna cover, yeah, parts that will distinguish it as a performance one. I guess as far as that's okay. Should have painted the engine the same color. You know, I had thought about it, but I didn't do that on the other Willys either. I kept it the Willys engine the same color. So yeah, even on this one here, I didn't do that one. I kept it the Willys green. I mean, you could probably do that, but I didn't. Just to kind of keep it different. Okay, so let's get the gearbox in here. That's painted. Yeah, you could totally do that. Paint the block, all that good stuff. So starter, I think I want to paint the starter too. Why not? Paint the starter. Can't get a performance one of those. We'll just paint that regular one. Where's the starter at? Starters, we already got a performance of those. That's the regular. Let's see if we can get a performance one of those guys. Okay. So it doesn't paint the whole thing. Keeps that some of that black. Okay, so it just basically paints the shiny parts, which is kind of what I want. I want to keep it subdued. If you're way beyond level 15, you should know. I don't play it very often. Often a few hours every month. Yeah, if you're not playing it at, like, you know, a lot, you might not know. That's understandable. Like, I only tend to play this, I guess, as far as during streams on the Mondays and Wednesdays. I do play a little bit off stream, I guess, as far as, especially when I'm modeling our own cars, you know, that we're trying to get into the game. But other than that, it's mostly just usually when I'm streaming it. Alright, so let's see if we can get a performance transfer case. No, so transfer case is just going to be normal. Okay, good to know. So it's only the gearbox we can get for the this deal. So that should already be repaired, right? I'm gonna sell these. I bought those mistakenly. Get those out of there. So what about transfer case? That's already fixed up. I do want to paint it though. Let's get it painted. So no performance transfer case. But I am going to paint this original deal. You know what? I get tired of scrolling through this thing. Let's do it this way. Huh? What the? There it is. That was weird. I don't know why I brought up the piston. There's our transfer case. Cool. I think this is going to be a nice contrast between the sand colored one and this, like, our own version of the OD green. Pretty cool. Get our transfer case in there. Alright, so I think I did get all the drive shafts. That one's good. I don't think I painted this one yet. No. Cool. So I'll probably do the exhaust as well too. We'll put that high temp paint on there. Get that subdued as well. Some drive shaft. Oh, we got the specific parts. That's good. That one we're gonna probably have to do the everything. There we go. Slurp it up. Okay. That's that. We'll get some new exhaust. Excuse me. It's very dry here. I guess as far as because cold outside. I've been outside there for a little bit today. I guess as far as I came into the warm. But yeah, throat gets a little scratchy. Excuse me. Gotta get that in there. Got that all painted up. Cool. And let's get some exhaust. Put some high temp paint on that. So we want to get performance exhaust. Yeah. So let's go to here. So transfer case was not performance. We can get a performance one of those, performance one of these, and performance one of those. And let's get those all painted. Yeah, I really think it would be a nice option to have it to where you can. There's Farming Guy coming in hot. How we doing there, Farming Guy?
We'll get her done.
Yeah, but we're getting her done, all right. We're definitely getting her done. Farmer Guy's got to get it all out of the system. You just wait for it. We'll go through the motions here. Farmer Guy just gets a little clumsy, I guess, as far as when he gets out of bed. So, just bear with it, folks. Hope you're doing well there this fine morning there, Farmer Guy. How long were you up, I guess, as far as doing the foundries? That's the real question. I know you stayed up a while. Been just grinding it out, I guess, as far as with the foundries. Well, that one's painted. Where's our other? There's this guy. Putting that high temp paint on there. And we should have one more exhaust part, which is that one right here. Yep. Cool deal. You're gonna look nice and sexy down on the undercarriage. Alright, let's get those in. So we got big jobs today there, Farmer Guy. I guess as far as you got a lot of work to do. No, you got a lot of work done, I guess, as far as from what I've seen playing the foundry. Okay, so there's all of our new performance exhaust. We want to get a performance fuel pump. Get that done. I don't even think I need to worry about painting that one. Probably don't need to. Let's get a performance fuel pump for that, and I think that's all of the performance parts. Beautiful. Yeah, so the fact that this made it glossy. Yeah, we went matte on this one here, so I need to repaint those, I'm not sure yet. I think that's what this one is here. Kind of comparing that. I don't know, I guess that's just what the matte color is, I guess, as far as for that color. Apparently. You've got all the 5 robots going upstairs now. Fixed up a lot. Almost got all the belts. Level 2. It was up till 10. Another 15 hours, but damn. Just grinding it out. I'm going to do one job, then I'm coming home. I'll see you soon. Oh, he's only got one job? I'm not that busy today. Get her done, as you say. Alright, so we got all the stuff done here on the bottom end. Yeah, so in hindsight, possibly you could paint the engine block. Have to break it back all down, I guess, as far as to get that, but not terrible. Alright, we got some other things to do here. So yeah, we were talking about fluids earlier. I already got all the fluids into this, I think. No, I don't. So here's brakes. So some of these are easier to determine how much fluid needs to go in there, because you got the clear reservoir. And obviously other things are not. Let's go ahead and, whoops.
It ain't got no gas in it.
It doesn't yet. When we're working on it, we're putting all the fluids into it. We're getting all the fluids into it, right? Meow. Okay, there's our brake fluid. That one's pretty self-explanatory how that works. Radiator fluid, I think we already got. There's no way to check in there, I guess, as far as without here. I'm pretty sure we already got radiator fluid in there. Maybe not. So the way I go about it, see how it's tipped all the way? It'll tip back like that, and I'll leave it in there for like another 2 count, and then good to go. That's usually the way I'll do it. Once it tips back, then you know it's close to being full. It's usually pretty close. So motor honey. Oops, I did that wrong. Yeah, I kind of goofed up on that one. Let's do that, and then check our motor honey to make sure we got sufficient. That's within. I'm gonna put a little bit more though. Kind of goofed it up. So obviously with the oil, you can check that just like a normal dipstick, or to make sure you got enough in there. This one's only a 4-cylinder, so it's not gonna have as many quarts as the bigger engines. There we go. So there's that. The average Viking started this game yesterday. I'm a monster at it. I wish they made a new one. Wait, what? Farm guy, what are you talking about? You talking nonsense over there? Okay, so radiator, brake fluid, no power steering on it. Got the motor honey, and no bug juice container. So yeah, we got all the fluids on this one. Alright, we're good. So this one should be able to run. If she'll start. Does she start? Fires right up. He's a runner. He is a runner. Good deal. Alright, so we got that all going. To get some alignments done. Let's check our status to make sure we got everything in here. We didn't miss anything. So we are 100% all the way around. Good. This is our special config of our Jeep Willys. So mainly on this special, what we did was we kind of ramped up the base power. These normally have 60 horsepower at the base. We put all the performance parts, so we're going to get a dyno, I guess, as far as to see what we get out of it. Kind of curious to see what it's going to be. So if we do... Yeah, let's move this over to the test path and get some alignments. I'm a master at it? I don't think so. I wish they made a new one. Made a new one of what? As far as Foundry? Are we on the same subject there, Farmer Guy? Just making sure. So let's go ahead and get this aligned. That's not actually too much out of whack. Nothing in the red anyway. We'll make her. Let's make her straight. A lot of times when we come in here, we see a lot of stuff in the red. Let's see how the headlights are doing. That looks better. This side. Yeah, I don't think I'm a master at it at all. Not at all. I'm sure with practice. It only took me about a year to get used to it in Satisfactory, so That's what I would kind of expect the same, I guess, as far as they're in Foundry. Oh, in this game? Yeah, this game, yeah, I can say a little bit. I'm a little bit more keen on this one, I guess, as far as than a lot of other games. This game I have a lot of fun in. I don't know everything about it. I will say that, I guess, as far as I knew quite a lot, but not everything. Let's get this back over to the dyno. That's the only thing we got left to do. So with all the performance there, I'm expecting to get... Maybe we can put this up for prediction, actually. I didn't do all the numbers, so if some of you have been paying attention to how much percentages that we've put in all the performance parts, you might get a better idea. I'm hoping maybe do at least double the horsepower. So right now we're at 124, so if we can get to, what, 248? 248? Would that be too much to ask? That might be too much to ask. I'm going to say add 100 horsepower to it. Yeah. Maybe about, get it up to like 225. I'll be happy with that. That'll be a pretty cool result. So 225. So yeah, let's put this up for prediction. Anybody that's got the sanity points that are... We haven't done one of these in a while. So how much horsepower gain? I'll redo this one. Yep, I'll redo this one. So we're gonna do... I'm gonna do a 200 horsepower gain. I'll do a couple of other ones here. Or just do neither. Let's do 100 and a 200. That'll be good. We'll keep it up here for a minute. No obligation, I guess, as far as to join on the prediction, but we got those sanity points. Got an itchy sanity points. Feel free to use those. They are making a new one here, though, Farmer Guy, I guess, as far as they got a demo coming out between now and March for Car Mechanic Simulator 26. Yeah, they are making a new one to this, so we're waiting, I guess, as far as that deal. So while that prediction is going on there, we need to tune our gearbox. Check that out. So we can tune that. I don't think the carburetor... Oh, it is. All right, let's go ahead and do let's tune the carb. And get the... I haven't done one of these in a while. Oh, goodness. Those are all at 0. Okay, let's get this one going that way. Nope. Shoot. I ought to do these again. These are the simpler ones, actually. So I think we can go up, up, up. Okay, that goes down. Okay, so let's go this way. That's 0. Down, down, down. Okay. There we go. This one's the simpler one to do than the... Okay, so we got that all maxed out on the tuning. Apply it. And the gearbox, we're going to leave that alone for now. So, prediction is closed. Let's go ahead and see what we get out of this. So, let's see how we did. We're going to run it. Gets a little noisy in here as far as we got the volumes turned up there. It is just the Willys, though. We didn't get... That was very weak. That was definitely neither one of those. I was expecting to get at least 100. We only saw a 68 horsepower gain. Crazy. I mean, it is just a little four banger. Still pretty impressive. Just for a little four banger with all the performance parts to it. Alright, so how do we do on that prediction? So let's do the result. So it was neither of those. So those of you that did choose that outcome, you would have been correct. I guess I had higher expectations for it. I definitely had some higher expectations for it. I wanted to see a huge increase. Well, at least we know now. So just for giggles on this, we're going to take us over to the drag strip now we got our dynoed. Let's take her over to the drag strip. Always like to have fun here at the drag strip. Alrighty then. Let's see what we got here. We're going to the quarter mile, so we're at a Class D 172. All those performance upgrades. And we get to go again. Oh, that's a nice. This is a pretty cool matchup here. Put a little bit of snow there on the track. I guess as far as making it a little bit slipperier, maybe. You never know, it might work. This is a pretty cool matchup. So we got 52.65% of tuning. You get it to this level. That's crazy. All right, let's see what this thing can do. Can we beat this little Model T pickup? Hopefully my controller works. Oh my goodness, she's got some giddy up. Whoops. Kind of screwed up on my buttons there. I'll redo this. She's only got 3 gears. She's only got 3 gears. Okay, we're gonna have to re-gear this thing. 3-speed. Yep, I do remember that too. I'm gonna try this one again though, because I kind of screwed up on the shifting. Let's do it again. I forgot this only had a 3-speed in it. I think we can actually add gears to it too, I guess as far as with that performance gearbox. Might have to look into that. Okay, trying it again. And we're out of gear. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can put a 4th gear on this thing. Yep, she beat us, and it's probably because we ran out of gear. All right, so we know what we got to do. We got to get another gear to this thing. All right, let's do that. Let's go get that. Yeah, we're gonna add another gear to this thing. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. That's one thing that's nice about these performance gearboxes, that we can add gears to it. You can actually take gears away, I think, too. But I don't want definitely being able to add gears. So we're just going to add a 4th gear to it. And hopefully that'll fix this problem. So let's add a 4th gear. Yeah, so you can add and subtract, I think. You can actually subtract there, too. We don't want to do that. We want to go 4th gear. And let's put it to right about there. Apply. And we shouldn't need to re-dyno it. Just add in the gear to it. Let's take it back over there and see how she does. Drive it. Yes, please. Let's go. Just my player there. There we go. Alright, let's see what we get this time. Oh, we got the off-road 446 pack. This one's gonna kick our butt. Guarantee you, that's gonna kick our butt. But let's see what we can do though. We got that 4th gear now. Yeah, he still got us. I mean, what do we got? We got like 192 horsepower. What do you expect? That's a 440 for crying out loud. I kind of expected that to beat us. Alright, let's see what else we get. Can we get another one of those Model Ts? That'd be cool. Let's see if it'll give us another one of those. We got a V6. I think this is from the police DLC. That's got a V6 in it. Let's try that one. Let's see if we can get another one of those Model T pickups. That would have been a pretty cool race. Definitely helps with that fourth gear. And our Jeep Willys can beat that one. Wow, we smoked that thing. Ooh, this is one of our own Gen 2s, I guess as far as the SS. This is the stronger out of the old overhead valve engines that we've come to find. Got no tuning. So this one has at the base, right, 360 horsepower. 360 horsepower out of that thing. So let's see. I'm sure this is going to beat us. Let's just confirm. This thing's got some giddy up for what it's the power plant that it's got, though. And it did beat us just as expected. That was totally expected. Had a higher rating there too. Nice. Perfect one. So, can we get another Model T? There's an inline 4 turbocharged. That is from the Taxi DLC, it looks like. Let's see if we can beat this inline 4 turbocharged. Got a little bit of tuning to it. Might be a good matchup. Fourth gear definitely works out a lot better. Okay, we can beat that inline 4 turbocharged. Nice. What about this inline 4? That's the big freaking motor. No tuning. I forget which trim of the Tiburon, I guess, as far as what that engine is better. This is not it. I think it's the OT Special. I get them mixed up. I think that might be the Mitsubishi. I think we should be able to beat this guy. Check it out. Hear that turbo kicking in on that Tiburon. Oh, we did get us. He got us. Fair and square. 14.7 to a 14.1. It's a Jaguar V12. I'm not going to try that one. What about the electric cars? See if we can beat the electric car. Now these electric cars are, as we've come to find, are stupid fast. Even without any tuning. There it goes. Smoked us. Absolutely smoked us. Alright, Fiat Grande Punto. There's another good one. That's a nice matchup. I think we should be able to beat that one. I mean, obviously not every inline 4, because that Tiburon beat us. Can beat that one. Beautiful. Some of these were beating them like a good margin. Oh, gotta go to the Pinto. Just heard you say you have some. Wait, what? I do have some mod. Yeah, I do have some mods on it as far as modded cars. I don't know which one you heard there. They're old timer, but yeah, we do have some. Let's try the Pinto. No tuning. You got an inline 6 dual overhead cam. So this one's the beefier of the Pintos. shoot, shift. Got my buttons are screwed up. Oh, this is a good race. Can hear him right there. He was right there. Wow, yeah, only by a couple tenths. Whoa, yeah, that was a good race. I had the inline 6 in that Pinto. I'm gonna beat this one just because it's ugly looking. This shoebox on wheels. OTs. What OTs mod? What OTs mods do you mean? I don't know if I do have any. So you got mods in your old timer? I may or may not have. As far as if they're from the Steam Workshop. Very awful looking. Yeah, this thing is like a shoebox on wheels. I just wanted to beat it because it's ugly looking. So I think that's the China DLC, which I don't have. But you do have the opportunity, I guess, as far as to race them in the drag DLC, which is kind of cool. I'm not going to try that one. Nope. Ooh, this might be a good one. So, dual overhead inline 6 Toyota 2000 GT. This is an in-game car. Try that out. Yeah, it may or may not. They're old timer. I guess as far as, let's see, OTs mods are. Oh, were you talking about the trim of that one? Yeah, I think that one was just an in-game car. Pretty sure. Ow, shift. Pushing the wrong darn button. You got 50 mods in the, so which ones do you have there, old timer? Just out of curiosity. I know I've got some of Smokey's. I got a couple of Smokies. I got a C1 Vet. God, I can't even think of them all. We got Dead Bob's McLaren. That might be a different deal. I may or may not have some. I guess as far as yours, it depends on what you've got. This is one of my own that I'm still. It's a work in progress. So I got the standard trim, the SS trim, the Z28, and a drag. Obviously, this is Z28. This is one of my own designs. I guess as far as I'm still fine tuning the design for that one. Now, the SS already beat us with the OHV. This one has only like about 10 horsepower less. I think I might have had that backwards. So the SS has 10 horsepower less than this one. So this one's definitely going to beat us, since the SS already beat us with no tuning. There it goes. Just as expected. I'm just feeling out this Willys to see what it's can accomplish. That's a V8, not gonna bother. V8, inline 6. This is our Nissan Skyline. See what this engine can do. It's got a little bit of tuning. I think mostly the inline 6s and 4s we have a chance, at least anyway, of potentially beating. Yep.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, what is that going to accomplish? That's only going to... the fab shop, we don't need to be fabbing this thing. He won the competition, and they added my config into the game cars. Oh, is that how that worked? Yeah, I'm nowhere near, I guess, as far as that good. I guess as far as designing cars. So if it is an OT, I guess is what you're saying, that's one of yours. That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I'm definitely not that good. I'm still trying to learn my ways around, I guess, as far as design of cars, I guess, as far as in games like this. So if we get an OT, if you can get an OT, those would be one of your own, which is pretty cool. So this is the Tiburon. We went against that one, I think. Yeah, that one beat us. I remember right. This one here has been a really cool one too. This is on the Steam Workshop. This is recent release there. This is the RS, has a V6. Try that, dude. So those are the types of cars that have given me a lot of inspiration to design our own. Definitely have. Yeah, I believe that Mitsubishi has that old timer, the OT. I appreciate that follow there, old timer. We beat that one. So yeah, we can beat a lot of the inline fours, not everyone, and some of these 6-cylinders. But I think we got a pretty good Willys here for what we'll be able to accomplish in this special config. So I'm gonna look and see, can we get that OT? That might be a higher class. That might be a higher class. We're in a class D here, so that might be a class C, if I remember right. We'll just see if we can get that. That's a V8. There's another inline 4. I think we did beat that dude. So he had the different engine in there. I don't know what engine that one is. Gotta try this one. Gotta try all these different trims of inline 4s and 6s. You're off to work. Yeah, don't work too hard there, farmer guy. I thought you already went to work. Get that one job done, I guess, as far as and come back here. If you got time, that is. Cool, so we can beat that trim on the inline 4 for that Nissan Skyline. Yeah, I think the one OT that I can think of is going to be in a different class. But just for giggles, go through these really quick. So that's another pretty cool mod that's available on the Steam Workshop. Makes really good use, I guess, as far as the in-game parts. Make it look like a Subaru. Hold up. You know what? I gotta try this one. Aston Martin, that's got an inline 6. Yeah, I want to try it in the that other mode, I guess, as far as to see if we can find that OT. If that is one of old timers cars. Cool, so yeah, we can beat that inline 6 as well. Alright, let's go to this mode. And we'll do it this way, quarter mile. This is where we get to pick the car. So, I want to select opponent. And we want... Where's that one? So the one that I know that's OT is Mitsubishi. Do this way. Yep, so it should be these here, so I believe it's correct. This dude, you have the RS, GST, and the special OT. So if these are the ones we're talking about here, old timer, these would be one of your own versions. That's got an inline 4, all-wheel drive. Yeah, so that's a Class C. Yep, at the base here. No tuning. So that's probably why we're not able to get it in that Class D that we're in. I just want to do it just for the heck of it. So that's pretty cool to know, I guess, as far as where that where it originates. I never would have guessed, I guess, as far as what that is. Now, I know on the Subaru, there's like several different names. There's the one that's called At Home and a Maltese. I'm sure that's probably specific, I guess, as far as to the designer of that car. So I'm sure there's probably a story behind that. Oh, we're keeping up with it. Come on, baby. Come on, Cletus. That was a good race. We're actually keeping up with it. Look at that. So, Class C against a Class D. Now, old timers, that config, or is that the whole car that you designed? It kind of reminds me of that same class, because I used to have Cavalier. Kind of gives it that look, so I don't know if that's. I'm a Chevy guy, so you gotta excuse, I guess, as far as my bias. But when I look at that initially, without looking at the name of it, it kind of reminds me of a Cavalier. So you got some insight, I guess, as far as on the design of that car. I guess as far as cool. Special edition OTs are mine. So is that the only one? That's the only one that I've seen. There might be other ones, but that's the only one I can think of. Was the Mitsubishi. So, is it just that config, or is it the whole car? I don't design. I just use in-game car editor and redo them to my like. So the OTs are your own config. Not the car itself is not designed by you, if I'm understanding that right. So if we got any other, what other ones that you have? This is the only one I can think of off the top. That's kind of neat. Let's see. Trying to think of which other ones there might be. If that's the only one I can think of. Scratch that. You're staying at home. Oh, you're not doing that job, I guess, as far as today there, farmer guy. Are they not? Is it too far away? Not paying enough? What's going on over there? If you go over to the Steam Workshop, I have 50 of them configs. So I'm just speaking of the ones that are in the game already, as far as the OTs. Is that the only one that's in the game by default without Steam Workshop? That's all. That's the only thing I was curious about. Because if there are other ones in here, I would definitely keep that in mind the next time I see an OT. Kind of always interesting to see folks, I guess, as far as the kind of share, I guess, as far as the configs, be able to put them out in the Steam Workshop. I've shown here on the stream, I guess, as far as how to get those things up there, I guess, as far as properly and get them to work. I know I've had some fumbles, I guess, as far as with doing them incorrectly on the up onto the word Steam Workshop. So it's not really that hard to do, I guess, as far as, but there's a right and a wrong way for sure. Only that one was a part of the competition and it won. Nice. I'm trying to get to a particular level of design in there. So I've seen some car designs done by those like Smokey and Dead Bob. It really gives me some inspiration, I guess, as far as to design our own cars. So let me get this back over here. I think this is a pretty cool Willys for its class. Let's get this one back down. So a little bit of closer look at the design of our own Gen 2 Camaro. I've had one of these. So I had an SS back in my time, so it looked similar to this one. Obviously I had the SSTs, bigger SSTs like this one. This was more the look, but the low profile cowl induction. It was bored over 30. So that's been my inspiration, I guess, as far as to design this one. This was the base model, and then I've just been slowly trickling in, I guess, as far as the different trims. So this is the standard without the spoiler. And then also have the Z28. So the one thing that I've been having a lot of trouble with that I've seen it's possible is getting parts line up, I guess, as far as with the parts I design on the car itself. So like have suspensions, I guess, as far as line up with the frame and such like that. That's been my biggest struggle with getting these cars designed. So we did redo the trunk on this one here not too long ago. So we kind of cleaned it up here a little bit on the trunk. I'm still trying to figure out, as we speak, I guess, as far as to get the texture to show properly on the carpet. I cannot get that scaled properly, I guess, as far as so that gives it the fibrous look. So how you got the leather on the seats, that should be showing similar on the carpet. I haven't been able to figure that out yet. I don't know what the proper scaling has to be on that. So it's just stuff like that that's keeping it still unfinished. But yeah, this has been well over a year in progress, I guess, as far as to get it to this level that it's at. And the fact that one of the latest things that I've done is to do like fender badge deletes, where it'll make the car complete, I guess, as far as to remove, I guess, as far as the fender badges if you don't want to have those on there, to give it that clean look. Yeah, that's been my foray. So it's one thing, I guess, as far as to create the configurations for the cars using what the game provides, but this is a whole nother level. And you know, I've got a lot of experience with the 3D modeling, so that's kind of been my next level of game enjoyment out of this. Is to design these. This is only one car that I've done, and it's been pretty interesting. It's been a journey for sure, I guess, as far as to get this one. I'm learning from the errors of my ways, as far as like the way I designed the car, I guess, as far as it was just to because I had the spoiler on the back with the SS. I didn't design one, I guess, as far as without spoiler, so it's been a reworking process on this one just to make the standard trim. It's still not 100% perfect, I don't feel, but it's better. You can still kind of see, if you look really closely, where the spoiler was. So yeah, I've been learning some things, I guess, as far as in Blender in particular, I guess, as far as to get that done. It's not as I would just say it's not as effective, I guess, as far as in my legacy copy of a 3D Studio Max. I also want to create, eventually, I guess, as far as my own steering wheel. I don't like this one because it's got the chrome around the rim. I want to make more of a wood grain one, or even leather wrapped, I guess, as far as so yeah, there are some certain parts that the game provides that I don't care for. Some of them I do like this one here, as far as the steering wheel on the SS. I think I also got that on the drag. I'm in the process of creating this one a little bit more tubbed out. You know, kind of thin it out, I guess, as far as to remove the weight. Keep it nice and simple, I guess, as far as on the interior and such. Now that I've got the trunk figured out, I guess, as far as it makes that process a little bit easier. But yeah, this was more the setup that I had on my car that had this color that I've gotten as close as I can to the GM cover, the blue sapphire metallic. That's the color I had, but it was more this style with the low profile cowl induction hood. That's what I had back in the day. So it's given me a lot of inspiration on that. Whether or not I actually get it onto the Steam Workshop, that's still, we got CMS 26 right around the corner, especially with the demo. Whether or not I'll get that done, I guess, as far as before that all comes out, that's still yet to be seen. But the fact that it's been over a year, I guess, as far as in that process, it's so we got some parts here to be able to sell and or scrap off this Willys. Yeah, I think some of these parts we're just gonna scrap and sell. You'd have to Place that and paint it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that turned out pretty good. I would like to have some of these parts here to be a little bit more subdued. So it's got the glossy paint. I guess as far as I know, I might change that. Can't paint the rear tire. That's kind of a bummer. Let's go do some scrapping. Got a few things here we can scrap. Most of the parts are yellow. Let's see. Got any parts? We didn't have any parts that were red. Trying to build these scrap parts back up. So, yeah, we are over 90. Cool. Trying to get that unofficially, I guess, as far as to 100,000. There's really not an achievement for that, I guess, as far as, but kind of one of my own personal achievements for this game. Get up 100,000 in scrap points. Let's see. So the rest of this, I think we can sell. All right, let's do that. So we'll go to here. I don't really need to keep all the rest of this. We're gonna go ahead and sell it. Get a little bit of money off of those. Sweet. Just like that. This is swiping the mouse. So we're in the. Let's see, do I have any project cars? Oh, you know what? I got this bear frame. I forgot. We did acquire this from the junkyard last week. So you're gonna have to do a speed run on this dude. I like to do the speed runs on the bear frame cars like that. I think that's we'll make room for do next. Well, the only thing we got next on the docket. We have a little bit of fun, I guess, as far as this, just for to see what we can accomplish, I guess, as far as doing a speed run on the different types of cars that are bare frame from the junkyard. So what I want to do, let's move this one out of the way. Actually, I think I'll put this one away. Let's get it all the way down. So we got our inventories clear. So for those that are new, I guess, as far as that aren't familiar with the speed runs we do on here, we start off with the bare frame car, of course. We buy all the parts brand new, and we just build it from the ground up, I guess, as far as both the car and the engine. So I do two separate speed runs. That's the way I've been doing it. Separate speed run on the engine build, and then a separate speed run on the rest of the car, as far as the body parts and what have you. Just buying everything brand new from the store, and just to see what kind of time we can get off of it. My average for most cars has been around a half an hour, 30 minutes, give or take, I guess, as far as on the whole car build, and around, depending on the engine, most of the V8s are around, I want to say, anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, something like that. Yeah, it just depends on the engine. We want to put this in parking. Alright, let's do that. We're going to move this dude over. But yeah, we just have a little fun with that. Move this over to B. Alright, that'll leave us room, excuse me, on this lift to put that bear frame. So let's get that out. This little dude, let's get this over to the garage. Cool deal. And there's our bare frame. So I'm going to get some of the preliminaries out of the way. I know some folks that have entertained, I guess, as far as doing the speed run on these bare frames, they go through all the motions. Car wash, welding it, all that stuff. I tend to get a lot of that stuff out of the way, just to kind of give me a gauge of how we can accomplish it in that regard. Whichever way you want to do it, just to have a little bit of more fun, I guess, as far as building up the bare frames. So first thing I want to do is get this washed. Let's go to the car wash. We'll get it cleaned and see what we got. It looks like it is baby blue. I can't even tell. It's still pretty rusty. We'll get the frame welded, of course. All right. So let's get this back over to the lift. And one of the first things I want to do is get her welded, because if we look at it, you see it's totally shot. Get her welded. 600 to get her welded. This one here definitely reminds me of my Chevy Sonic I used to have. Got that same kind of body style, especially on the front end. Okay, let's get this moved over. Okay. So there's our frame, is all well done. So we're probably going to start on the engine for this one. I like to do the engine build first, and then we'll do the car. So this one here, we can put the inline 3. I think I want to put this engine in here. I'm going to put that swap in there. So this is the base engine, I guess, as far as I think. I think I want to give it a little bit of an upgrade and do this engine. So that's what we'll speed run. So inline 4 dual overhead can, big freaking motors, what I like to call it. That's what I like to call it anyway. Let's get this created. So let's do create. Find that engine. We've got a lot of engines to choose from now, but we want that inline 4 dual overhead can BFM. Create. So that is ready to go. There we go. So just double checking, not trying to cheat. So what I need to do in preparation, I guess, as far as we're doing a speed run on this, let's get our stopwatch. Get that pulled up. Might be a little rusty on this, we'll see. Alright, there's our stopwatch. Let's see what we can do with this build. So I think, if I remember right, on this one we were able to get this one done in about just under 10 minutes. Don't quote me on that, but somewhere around 10 minutes. So let's see what we can do here. I think that's one of my personal bests on this engine build, is 10 minutes. Alright, so here we go. Gotta get myself warmed up here, so not trying to cheat. Let's get the timer going. Here we go. Part mount. Let's get that on there. Get the part on the list. Engine block. We're not worried about performance parts or anything like that. Just buying everything fresh from the store. Crankshaft. Did make sure to show everybody, I guess, as far as we had nothing in the inventory. If we do have it in the warehouse, we're not using those. Everything's going to be brand new. We need 4 of these. We also need the piston rings to go with that. So I invite anybody, I guess, as far as if you haven't challenged yourself to see how fast you can build an engine or the car, I guess, as far as take that approach. It just adds a whole nother layer of fun out of this thing. So let's put the head on. I'll probably end up building this out of order. You know, so not finishing up the bottom end first before I go to the top and so on. But that's okay. That's not a part of the rules. Just being able to get the parts purchased, get them on the build, and carry on. So water pump, yeah, gotta get that. So I'm gonna try and do this in a way where the electric parts, I get electronic components, are from the other store, so I don't have to go back and forth. Try to do it systematically. It really does go to show by doing these speed runs just how nice of a flow there is from one menu to the other. That's one thing I do like to showcase about the fluidity of this game. Very well designed, and I am hoping it's much the same way, I guess, as far as in the next rendition. So let's do the flywheel. Pick parts here. I try to understand, I guess, as far as which parts are where, so I don't have to go back and forth. Yep. That's also to confirm, I guess, as far as I have no parts in my inventory. So we got our pressure plate. And of course, once we get to where we feel like we're finished, stop the clock, check our work, and just ensure as far as we've got everything done. And if we don't have it done, obviously we continue with the clock. Yeah, fuel filter, that should be in the same store. That in there, cool. Oil filter, sure. We gotta get our bottom in yet. Ready? So we got exhaust manifold. Or is that the intake? That's the exhaust. Okay. Easy to get those mixed up between the exhaust and not paying attention. So we got our turbo. Just, oh shoot, that's the engine. Damn it. I'm the wrong one. That's a misclick. Let's get that off of there. It's not screwing me up. Easy to misclick, I guess, as far as this as I show. Goes to power steering pump. That's going to be in this store. So the alternator is going to be in the electronics store. I'm going to wait on that. Let's get bottom end. We'll do our crank bearings. So we need 3 of those. Boop, boop. Now, whether or not I take the approach of buying each part individually, separately, or just change the quantity, that could potentially take more or less time. We'll get some rod caps. We need 4 of those. I've done this enough time to kind of get used to the process of it, and it does help, I guess, as far as to know what parts are where. The fact that the shopping list exists on this game, it helps out tremendously. So good. All right, oil pan. Button up our bottom end. Okay, that should be our top end. So we still got some parts here to do on here. So we need sparkulators. We can get some of our electronic components. We'll go back to this store, get those. Spark plugs, we'll get 4 of those. And also an alternator. Okay, I'm gonna put these sparkulators in there so we can actually get some of this top end done. These are just as much a pain in the butt as they are in reality. Whoa, okay, hold on now. Okay, let's get our cams. So we're gonna need some cam bearings, so we'll go back to this store. So, dual overhead cam, yeah. We'll need some cam caps. Get those in. I think we need 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think so that would be a total of 8. That on the list. I might have miscounted those. I think I need 8. I always forget. Might have missed one. So I had considered, I guess, as far as doing like a handicap of sorts, like if we buy too many parts, or if not enough parts. We haven't done it that way yet, but definitely a good way. I think I'm gonna miss. Did I miss a cam cap? I think I did. I think I was supposed to get 10. Nope, we're good. Cool. So I'll get that cover. Thought maybe I might have miscounted, but it doesn't look like I did. We got it right. Cool. Very nice. Ignition coils. We'll get those on the list. We'll get those from the electronic shop. Cool. 4 new ones of those. Moving right along. I think this is probably one of the easier builds out of all the engines between other engines. Okay, this one we gotta go back to this store. Okay, we need that timing chain. So I think we got the timing stuff to do on the front end too. If you remember right. So that cam gear. And we should have a cover for that, yeah. Kind of anticipate, I guess, as far as which part's going to be next in succession. Kind of know what I'm going to... Okay, yeah, we got some stuff to do here in the front. Oh, we got the top end done. So far, only one bad misclick. Okay, we got that timing belt. Now, some folks have mentioned, I guess, as far as they get some pretty good personal best, I guess, as far as building these engines and cars by doing a little bit of speed run on them. Okay, let's put that cover on there, and I think that should complete this engine. Still got to get that alternator on. Yep, alternator we sure already have. And then harmonic balancer. We got some belts to put on, yeah. That belt. Feel like we're doing pretty good time, so I'm just focused on the build. Idler, keep that belt under. That belt tamed. Don't want it flopping around. And whoop, we gotta get the little fuel injector squirt guns here. Yep, need 4 of those. Easy to miss on those. Okay, so I don't think we have distributor on this. As far as wires, we just got the coils. So I think that is done. We're just over 9 minutes, so that's about right. I think I said just under 10 minutes, I guess, as far as to build that. So let's double check and make sure we got everything on here. I think we are good. So bottom end, front end. I think we're good. So yeah, we did just over 9 minutes, I guess, as far as for that engine build. Sweet. Cool. We're gonna leave that on the stand there, I guess, as far as for the time being. So just over 9 minutes for that engine build. Now we gotta do some body panels on this car, so we're gonna do a separate speed run, I guess, as far as on the car build. Now that we know what we got on the engine build. So that's probably a little bit better than my personal best on that engine build. I think we're just closer to like 9.5. Because I tended to fumble a little bit more. I didn't fumble too much on that one. So let's reset this dude. And we're going to get some body panels and such for this car build. So just to make sure, I'm not trying to cheat. We need to go to the body shop. And it's going to be this car right there. I want to make sure it was populated in here, so I'm not fumbling, I guess, as far as to find it in the store. Okay. I'm ready to do a speed run on this guy. Let's go. So let's get the part on the list. Go to here. Now I could probably, and I've ran into this issue before, some parts are going to be tuned. So I tend to just put the part on there, and if it ends up being tuned, then I know I got to go to the other body shop. So I don't want to necessarily buy everything from the regular body shop store, because it may not be the right part. That's part of my process of doing these builds. Put it on the list and get the right one, I guess, as far as from the proper store. Okay, so we need headlights. That headlights, so those are not tuned. Okay. On the same body shop store. Won't worry about plates for right now. Those 2 doors. So far, I think most of these parts are not going to be tuned. Okay, tail lights. Tail lights. See if these are tuned or not. So far, doesn't look like they're tuned. Alright, good deal. Not all the cars have tuned parts. So this one would be just a default game car. So no mods here. Alright, let's get these 2 doors. The process I like to take anyway is to do a lot of the windows and the glass and such last. Get all the majority of the body panels first. And then glass. Next we'll get the mirrors. We got that mirror. Got that mirror. Okay, now we can do some glass. Now we don't want to miss this little dude. I think we had that problem on one car before. We're trying to figure out where the little dinky window was. I think it was a Volkswagen Golf. I forget which trim. But yeah, I think that was. Oh, a lot of winders. Go get that windshield. That little guy. That dude. All the winders. Get all the winders. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Okay, let's get that in there. That should be all the winders. Okay, let's see. Oop, I missed that one. Did I get that one? I think I did. Alright, let's stop it for a second. Oop. Take a breather. So that should be all the body. 92, so that last 8% is probably going to be license plates, which I'm not worried about that right now. Yeah, that last 8% should be license plates. So body panels look good. Let's do some interior next. So again, not trying to get or anything, just get myself warmed up. Alright, let's continue. Do some interior. So let's go into here. Assemble. Get all the items on the list. Go to the interior shop and grab those items. 2 front seats, 1 bench seat, and steering wheel. Slap those in. Okay, so that's interior. So just to confirm, our interior is good to go. Nice. Okay, we're going to do the other parts. I'm going to keep it going. Doing a hybrid, I guess the first version is, so we're going to do our other parts. Get our front end, so we need subframe. Just going to need some rubber bushings. Go back to this store. Okay, I know I'm going to need at least, so this has probably got a strut assembly. Oh, what the heck happened there? Bro, that's a fumble. Try that again. That was a big fumble right there. Yeah, this has got a strut assembly, so we'll need 8 rubber bushings. Those on the list. We'll get our backup plates. So I want to build those strut assemblies, I guess, as far as for that front end. Let's get 2 of those. Then I need some springs, so let's do this way. 2 front springs and some caps. A lot of caps. Probably shouldn't have done it that way. So let's do these 2 caps. Alright, let's put those items in. Actually, do I need those caps? I can't remember now. Let's get these together. Yep, we're good. Get that off. Next one on. Okay. Woo. Okay, let's get that in there. So we can get our strut assembly in. Okay, lower control arm. Yeah, so we know we need 8 rubber bushings. Where I put a fumbled on that. Did I already get that back and plate? I thought I did. Must have put 2 on there. Whoops. Get our rubber bushings. A little bit of a fumble, not a big deal. So 8 of those for this front end's set up. Now if we had the double wishbone, we need 12. Do. Okay, so let's finish up this side. So we need this wheel hub. Okay, we're gonna need 2 anyway, so just go ahead and get the 2. We need 1 for the other side. That'll work. And brake rotor. Again, I'm gonna go ahead and get 2 just because I know I'm gonna need both. Pads. New pads. Again, whether or not I want to take the approach of changing the quantity or just doing one at a time on either side, that's in my own discretion, I suppose. Might take me less time. So we're gonna need some cylinders. Those calipers. 2 of those. Okay, cool. Almost a little bit on this part. Get some wheel bearings. Obviously need 2 of those, 1 for either side. Okay, this has got front wheel drive, so it's not allowing to put... Okay, no problem. Get over there, get over there. Okay, knuckle. Get ourselves a knuckle over here. Going to pick up the pace here a little bit, just as far as to kind of keep it kind of a better my personal best, which is around 30 minutes, I guess, as far as for complete car build. Okay, lower control arm. We already got our rubber bushing, so we're good there. Slap it in. Okay, rotor we already got. Pads we already got. Caliper and cylinder, good deal. Wheel bearing. Now we don't need caps on this one here because it has front wheel drive. So steering rack, get that. Get all the tie rod stuff. Way bar. Whoops, wrong part. That's a fumble. Way bar. End links. Need 2 of those. Tie all that in. Oh goodness, I hate when it does that. This other side. Sweet. Tie rods. So we need 2 of these. Tie rod ends. Just about done with the front end already. Pretty simple on it. Okay, I think we're good there. I'm going to pause it there for a second. So we're just over 10 minutes in that build to get to this point. So we got some engine-based stuff to do. Okay. We'll get the engine in, all that stuff. So I think I'm going to continue on the rear end. And we'll continue on the rear end. We'll go from there. What's going on there, Jono? Welcome in. Some time to witness a speed run, I guess, as far as our... Forgot what car this was now. Whatever we're building here. Okay, so we got that dude. Oh, snowball fight. Snowball, yeah, Jono trying to get that snowball fight going. Anybody gonna join on the snowball fight? Bro, get out of there. That's a misclick. Okay, so we need some rotors. I just bought 1 that time. Try that approach. I'll pick up the pace there a little bit. Hope the day's going well there, Jono. Yeah, so we got the front wheel drive, so we got the wheel caps on the rear. Little caliper. I need a cylinder for that as well. So let me go ahead and get some brake cylinders. I'm gonna go ahead and get 2 just for the heck of it. We know we have it already. Cool. Okay, so we need this dude. All rubber bushing. Pretty sure on this setup we need... I don't know if I should have done it the way I did it. I might have fumbled on this one. So this setup here... Yeah, I think it's gonna need... Yeah, I'll just buy them as I need them. Just buy them as we need them. Yeah, we're just doing a speed run on this. Sorry if I'm being a little bit unfocused to chat, I guess, as far as I'm just focusing on the build. We're speed running it to see can better our personal best. So we got that dude. Not trying to be rude or anything like that. So we need this dude. Okay, I need a couple more rubber bushings. Okay, rubber bushings. I should have just bought them all at once. Would have made it so much easier. Let's get a couple here. So I'm to the point now I'll just buy them as I need them. I know I need 4 there. Gonna get that arm. So this one needs small and regular. Okay. Yeah, I totally screwed up on this one. Oh, of course I have it. Okay, rubber bushings. So we'll get one of those and one of these. I didn't mean to do it that way. I should have just did the 8 and 8 all of the day. We need this dude. I try not to screw up. That's the thing. That's why I do the speed run, just to kind of get a better workflow. We try to find ourselves a better workflow, I guess, as far as by doing the speed run on it. That's the idea, at least, behind it. So let's get 4 rubber bushings for the cross member. Okay. We got 4 of them that go into here. Still got that arm goes there. Let's get the sway bar on there. Are you suggesting, I guess, as far as I screw up a lot? I mean, that's probably fair. There's suspension arm there. So that needs a small and a regular. 2 smalls. Okay, so we need 2 smalls there. So rubber bushings, 2 smalls for that. Maybe. Like I said, that's fair. Okay, so fuel tank. We'll go ahead and get that fuel pump right away too. All standard. Alright, let's get these 2 in there. I might have missed some things on that other side. That wasn't on purpose. Just to get this side going. I really messed up on how I meant to buy the rubber bushings. This setup here has 8 regular and 8 standard, and I'm to the point now where I'm just buying them as I need them. I definitely fumbled on that part. This was 2 smalls. Yep, that was 2 smalls on that one. Oh, come on, bro. Killing me. Okay, I need 2 smalls there. Big time fumble. Okay, then we need this arm. So certain parts like this we've noticed, I guess, as far as this, still let you put it in without having the rubber bushing. You put this rubber bushing in afterwards. Some parts you got to have them prior to being able to install the part. So there are those different irregularities, I guess, as far as the parts. Just adds a little bit more challenge to it. Nothing wrong with it. Okay, so this one I think we need one of each. Get the arm. The rubber bushing, so we need one of each for that. Some of them I do kind of remember what needs what. It's not always a perfect science. Oh, I forgot these two. I need 2 of those. Easy to miss these. They're really small. Smaller rubber bushing in that. And this arm, I think we need 1 regular bushing on the end. Let's confirm. Nope. Okay, we're done. We're good. So let's put that spring in there. Very busy rear end. Got a lot going on with it. Oh, did I buy 2 of those? I think I might have. This rotor. We'll check and see how many parts we got extra. I might have over purchased. Okay, so we didn't buy those in brake shed. Okay. This, yeah, I do recall. I guess as far as I bought one at a time, one set at a time. Becomes very challenging after a certain point. So we got to get caliper as well as the cylinder. So let's get the cylinder on there while we're at it. Yes, I know you got the quick bar. I guess as far as up at the top there, I don't take that approach. Why? I don't know. It's just the nature of the way I do things. More than one way to go about it. Alright, let's get all of our exhaust. We're ready for tire. That's cool. So we didn't get to that point on the other side. One thing I take note of. So let's get all of our exhaust. Little muffler. Little muffler. Catalytic. Oh, shoot. Hold on. That was a misclick. Come on now. Alright, we'll get that all in. Hope I missed that part. Okay. No problem. Bro! Jeez, oh crap, that I'm getting sloppy now. Getting a little sloppy. So catalytic converter. Cool. So we didn't get it to this side, I guess, as far as to get the tire on, so I missed this dude. That should be ready for tire. There we go. Cool. Alright, let's pause it here for a second. Just over 20 minutes so far. Still not done. We got a good thing going here though. Let's get a status on our body. Parts, we got 51%. So that's also going to take into account the engine. That's a good chunk, I guess, as far as with the engine and the engine bay parts. So I think we're in pretty good shape. Pretty good shape. Alrighty, so is the front end. Checking some things here. So yeah, we won't be able to put the tires on until we get the engine in, gearbox, and then okay, so we're good. I'm gonna get this down. Not trying to cheat, just trying to get myself ready to go. We're gonna do some engine based stuff. Okay, let's continue on. Do some engine based stuff. Some of the little preliminary is done. Hello? Okay, so engine servo. Engine will go in, we'll get all the reservoirs. Okay. Coolant reservoir. Power steering reservoir. And we need a brake servo. Again, we're not paying attention to the parts that we have in the warehouse. Buying everything brand new. the way that works. Okay, we need this one's gonna be electronic parts. Let's get the air filter. I think this is the one that just screws together. I think so. So we need an air filter. I like these better than the ones with the clips. Both virtually and in reality. Just easier to deal with. Yep, this one is bolts in. Cool, so there's all that. So let's get the radiator stuff. Okay, get fans. That's the singular fan, so we need just one fan. So let's get the radiator fan for that one. That's gonna be this dude. So we got the single and double fan setups. So we need a bug juice container. That in. Now there should be an ECU on this thing too. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to get all the electronic components in one place. So our battery and this dude. Alright, so let's go to the electronic shop and get started to get those items. So pump. Screwed me up there for a second. Base, ECU, all basic. Okay, cool. We didn't put the battery on there. Hold on. I want to get a battery. I already had that on the list. That's just added to that one. Okay, so we got our base. Get all new fuses and relays. Okay, hopefully I didn't miss anything. 2 of these. 3 of those. This definitely takes a little bit of time, I guess, as far as to get these all situated. So 2 of those. And 1 of those. Cool, let's get those in. Lickety split. Whoops, did I miss one? Sure did. Alright. Dang nabbit. Alright, let's get that going. I missed one. Okay, now we're good for cover. Okay, and that should be our fuse panel. ECU. I think that's good. We need that intercooler. Okay, I'm going to pause here for a second. Boop. And we got some things there to do on the underside. As far as intercooler. That's most of the engine bay though. Definitely have to have this up on the left. Okay, just making sure I can get to it. Okay, let's continue. Boop. Right on the list. We gotta go back to this store. Ball intercooler, yes please. Now, I guess it is a turbo. Yeah. We need this pipe. It's gonna be weird having that in there first, I guess, as far as before we put the engine in, but okay, so that's good there. Get her back down, we'll get the engine in. Getting down in the nitty-gritty now. Cool. Let's get the engine off of here. Should be all 100%. Move this over to there. Let me confirm this is 100% first. Whoops. Not what I meant to do. Oh, are you kidding me? What do you mean it's already in the bay, huh? Talking about. You built this one here, right? You telling me I can't put that in there? Engine's already in the bay. What are you talking about? Okay, hold on a minute here. I gotta see what's going on. So, did I put that in there prematurely? Maybe that's sensing. Oh, so maybe I shouldn't have got to wait to put that pipe in there. Yeah, hold on a second. Gotta fix our boo-boo. So I put this pipe in there, and I probably shouldn't have. So it's sensing that the engine's in there because I got this pipe in there. Let's see what happens now. That one I shouldn't have put in yet. There it goes. So yeah, you cannot put that pipe in there yet, I guess, as far as otherwise it senses the engine's already in there. Good to know. Alright, so did it show 100%? It is 100%. Good deal. Alright, let's continue. Engine in. Get this out of the way. Get it back up there. Let's get our gearbox and all that. Get buttoned up on the bottom end. So now we can put that pipe in. Are you freaking kidding me? What do you mean I don't have the necessary parts? Bro. Oh my god. That's garbage. I took it out for crying out loud. Anyway, let's go ahead and buy a new one. I don't know what that was all about, but whatever. Okay, let's get our gearbox. That was kind of silly. Gearbox in. Drive shaft. Go front wheel drive. Yo, Coyote coming in. How are we doing there, Coyote? Okay, we got our 2 axle halves. So we need 2 of those. One for each side. That should allow us to put tires on. Yeah? Okay, so let's bolt those in. Yep. Ready to go for tires. And our tires for this car, double check here. We have 205 40 18s. Okay, so let's do what kind of tires we got here. So we go front mounts, standard tires. Let's go to tire shop. 205 40 18. Get 4 of them. 18-inch. 205. What was it? 40. Did I do that right? Yep. Good deal. Right, so we're gonna need some rims, which are 4 of these classic 10s. Ooh. Trying to get that snowball fight going again. Let's get some rims. Go to the rim shop. We'll get 4 of these at 18-inch. 4 of them. There we go. Okay, let's get these put together. Come together right now. I feel like this does take a while. Must have the balance. Next tire. I feel like this is well set up, I guess, as far as to do speed run. And these next to each other. Like this kind of screams that idea of doing a speed run. Last but not least, get that off of there. Last tire to balance. So it did pretty much the 3 cycles on all of them. Alright, let's get them on there. 4 of the same tire. Kind of similar to the types of rims I had on my Sonic. Pain in the butt to clean too. Got that little slit there in the middle. Always get all kinds of dirt and gunk in there. Okay, how are we doing so far? So we're 2820 so far. So how are we doing on status? Been a long, crappy weekend. So how did it go? I guess as far as on the day shift over at the new job. That's the last thing you had discussed. So we are 98% on parts. So what did I miss? Let's see what I missed here. Not too shabby though. So we missed the module. Wait, I already put the pump on there. I didn't miss the starter too. So module, pump, and starter. Okay. Alright, so that's going to be up on the top end. So the starter should be right there. Okay. Alright, let's continue. So we got starter. Oops, wrong store. Oh, gotta go to the electronics store, that's right. I knew that. Seen if y'all paying attention. Okay, so I thought we did get the pump in there. Oh, we got it ordered, we just never put it on. So we need a module. Yep. Get that order from here, and that should be all of our parts. Get that bolted in. And it looking like... Oop, oh crap. Just over 29 minutes. So we'll check our status. We are 100% all the way around. Now, that last 8% for the body, that's going to be plates. But that's pretty much done. That is pretty much done. So we're well within our personal best, I guess, as far as about 30 minutes to build the car from top to bottom. Put that on the ground. It's kind of fun. So let's get some plates for it. We'll get some standard dealer plates. We'll probably end up just selling this guy. Make a little bit of money on that build. So I'm thinking we'll probably just go ahead and paint it. Whatever that factory color is. That'd be fine. Yeah. In fact, let's go ahead and do that right meow. That's officially our time there. I guess as far as just under 30 minutes. I think that's a little bit under our personal best. That was fun. So what did we have left over? So I know I did miscue on some of these parts. So I don't know why it wouldn't let me put this one back in here after taking it out. After it gave us that error, I guess as far as for the, the engine needing to be pulled. I'm not sure what happened there. So that's what we ended up buying too many of, I guess. I'll go ahead and sell these. Could have been a lot worse, I guess. Alright, let's get this over to here and we'll get her painted. Yeah. Nothing to do with that. I can only DM you. Oh, that's fair too there, Coyote. I'm not trying to have you blurt out all your business, I guess, as far as on the stream. Paint car. And we'll just go with this default color. This is the color it originally was. Put it back to its original luster. Now, I don't gain any more value, I guess, as far as by painting the car. It's more or less personal preference, so it's pretty much comes out of your own pocket. As far as adding value, it adds very little value. You don't get all your money back, let's put it that way. So, where are we at with this one anyway? 100% all the way around. Got it for $840 over at the junkyard, bare frame. Yeah, it was a pretty decent profit, I guess, as far as for that little car. There you have it. We want to get some alignments done on this. Go over to the test path. We'll give her the alignment on the... Oh yeah, she's a little out of whack. We don't want her to be that much out of whack. There we go. So there's that. Let's do the headlights. Whoa, way out of whack there. Less out of whack. Okay, right side was good. Sweet. Now we gotta get some fluids into her. More honey. Just not a good situation. Hopefully it gets better for you. That's all I can hope. Okay, so we should have adequate. There's a dipstick. There's a dipstick. Alright, let's do... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to put some fluid in there. Try that again. Put some bug juice in there. Cool deal. Alright, let's get some coolant into this guy. Really? Yeah. Okay, we got that fluid. Get the cherry juice into this container. Got the brake juice, and that should be all the juices. We got all different colored fluids. We got our Mountain Dew. We got our, I don't know what we call that. Probably blue raspberry. Got some cherry juice. Definitely don't taste like that though, so don't let anybody fool you. Ooh, okay, that's all the fluids. Alright, let's see if she doesn't run. She's a runner. Got that turbo on it. She's a runner. Alright, so let's get her over to dyno and see if we get all this base horsepower. 250 horse, so we can get off of that little inline 4. Take her over the dyno. Definitely not one of those things we have to do. It just, you know, we like to do all the checks on it before we sell it. Class C. Did get all that base horsepower. That's good. What the heck? We're gonna take it over the strip. Oh, we got her dyno. See how she does here over at the Class C in the strip. This seems only fitting. Fitting. Alrighty then, so quarter mile. Let's see what we can do here at the quarter mile. Wow, they want us to go against this dude? Alright, let's see what our little guy can do. So, okay, we're good to go on stopwatch. Alright, we don't need that anymore, so we're good to go, I guess, as far as on our speed run for this car. Ooh. Well, maybe. Now, she's slow out of the gate, but holy smokes did she pick up steam. Oh, we did actually beat it. So yeah, she's a little slow out of the gate, but that was nuts. Look at how much we beat that by. Not a whole lot. Our BMW M3. Thing's got a little bit of a punch to it with that engine. Kind of squeals the tires in second gear. Really picks up speed there in third gear. Got a fast little hot rod here, I guess, as far as in the Class C. That one have any tuning? No tuning. Hell, let's see if we can beat this guy. Things are probably very surprisingly fast. That BFM. Give that Daytona a little bit of hope. And I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. These cars that have that BFM, especially if they got tuning, they're pretty fast. We beat this dude. I'm kind of curious to see what this can beat now. So far, we're beating all these cars with bigger engines. Oh, this one might have us. Yep, you got us. That C3 did get us. We're catching it though. Had a little bit of tuning on it too. What about the Subaru? That's got an all-wheel drive. Inline 4, dual overhead cam, no tuning. Got that all-wheel drive though. We've only got front wheel. Alright, we can take a look at that there, pulse factor Coyote. You get him? Got the Subaru. He's got, even though he's got that all-wheel drive, I guess, as far as we got the turbo. I don't know if this has got a turbo on it. So this one was the GT. I don't remember if that one does or not, but it does have the all-wheel drive. See if we can beat the Lambo. Now this special, the only thing we did was move the ABS, I guess, as far as from the rear to the front. The only thing we did on that one. Because it was just in the way, I guess, as far as in the engine bay. In the way in the engine bay. Kind of a rhyme there. Didn't even try. Get that little bit of spinning in the tires in the second gear. Not bad, not bad. They've got a fast little hot rod there. Nice. Alright, so we're going to send this off to brand new owner. I think they're going to like this car. Nice little car. That was a fun little build, I guess, as far as for a bare frame. We're going to have to take a look at getting another project car, I guess. Oh, we got some new folks here in the joining up on the Rock Nation Discord. Appreciate that. Hello. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Hold on a minute. We gotta say hello to the new folks. Okay, so with that. Boop. Okay, I just had to refresh some things over here. Give me a second, folks. Do that. Alright, cool. We got everything refreshed there. making sure everything's good here. I think we're good. We're Gucci. Alright, so I think we're ready to sell this car. Let's see here. Let's do... Well, how much did we actually did make off this one again? I forgot. Pretty decent chunk of money. After buying it for really dirt cheap, I guess, as far as here at the junkyard, as a bare frame. Let's go ahead and sell that dude. Made a little bit of money off of that dude. So inventory is clear. Car sold. Yeah, we need to find ourselves another project car. We're fresh out of project cars. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, so if we take a look at our project garage, we have nothing in there. Get our Jeep Willys out of there, but that's about it. So let's see. That was pretty fun, I guess, as far as working on that special one here. I was really expecting a little bit more out of it than we did. We only were able to get just under 200 horsepower off that little Willys inline 4. So I don't know. Let's see what else we can find. Let's go to the car auctions. Let's see what we got here at the car auctions. I always have pretty good time here over at the car auctions. I don't know what's suiting my fancy. So I guess what I want to find is I did do a special config, I guess, as far as for that IROC-Z. So we did acquire the one that does require the police DLC. I did my own, I guess, as far as to put a different steering wheel on it so that we can get it all to 100%. That's about the only other thing I can think of. So if we do find that car, that could be an option. So nothing in the salvage auction. Wait, what was this? Yeah, this one's another one of the so I did a special. This one should be, yep. So this one's another one. We already have one of these. This one does not have the steering wheel that is required, and this one to be a 1-star. Right, so that's looks like most of the engine is here though. Yeah, this one need a lot of work. I think I'm gonna skip out on that one. I'd like to get the 3-stars, 3-star cars, because at least they have the potential to actually get it. So we have one of our specials here again, I guess, as far as we already have one, but there it is. Let's see if it runs. A lot of these 3-stars, when you come, that's definitely not going to run. It's a little stripped out, I guess, as far as on this 3-star. Yep, so that's definitely not going to run. Where is this originally from? It was like South Dakota. All right. I was missing the front bumper. It looks like it was South Dakota it was originally from. We got a lot of cool cars like that we can play around with. Let's see, we got a standard bug. Drag GTO, that's only a 1-star. So even with that 3-star, I guess, as far as, not all 3-stars, I guess, as far as you're created equal, where it can still be pretty well stripped down like that one is. Do have one of these already. Alright, let's go check out the standard auction. Bro, can I get... Oh, I don't want to return it. What the heck is going on here? I want to go back this way. There we go. Being dumb. Alright, so what else we got in this auction? So a lot of these cars, so we did come to find, I guess, as far as Old Timer was in here, I guess, as far as follow the channel, this is one of their configs. And there's also some more on the Steam Workshop, which I'll probably see, we'll take a look at some of those. So they're mainly just the configurations, I guess, as far as for the different cars. A wide body McLaren. Kind of giving a feel, I guess, as far as for what I want to work on. Okay, here's my edits right here. So what I did on the edits was to remove the necessity for the police DLC. I might go ahead and bid on this one, I guess, as far as just so I have this version. So this one I put a different steering wheel, so it does not necessarily require the police DLC. Not a perfect fit, I guess, as far as, but this one being a 4-star, see if it doesn't run. No oil in it. Okay, so it doesn't run. Bummer. Okay, so I'm probably still gonna bid on it. Jono, you probably already knew what that did, right? I'm sure you did. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and bid on this fella. See what we can get for it. So the high end is 28. Probably just needs oil. Only got 87,000 on it. It's getting broke in. I just want to get this one just to confirm, I guess, as far as the edit that we did to it. Someone's gonna make me overpay on this one. I can feel it. Oh, you dirty rascal, almost had it. Yep, there it is, it went over. Question is, how much is it gonna go over? Okay, we got it for 33. That's not terrible. I've had worse. So let's put this into... Let's put it in the garage. We're gonna work on that one right away. You probably forgot it. I'll be back. Alright there, Coyote, I guess as far as... I did get your message, I guess as far as I was just... I wasn't sure if you were gonna stick around or not, and that's understandable if you don't. Let's see. So we did get that, dude. Finally, I was able to find that edit. That IROC-Z. Alright, cool. We're gonna head back to the house and we'll go check this one out. Let's go check this one. So I noticed on some of these, done by the same car creator, they've been applying, you know, whether it's legitimate, I guess as far as or not, I guess as far as it requires DLC, I guess as far as like on one part. That's the same with this IROC-Z. I don't know if that makes it legitimate enough, I guess, as far as to buy the DLC, because I'm not a really big fan of the police DLC, quite honestly. But just the fact that it's got certain parts in there that make it legit, I guess, as far as for the build, it doesn't really justify me to buy it, that DLC. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to create this version here, so it wouldn't necessarily require the DLC. So the other car that we do have, it had the steering wheel still in it. It's not 100%. So that part will still load. We just can't buy it, I guess, as far as from the store, because we don't have the DLC. So what I want to do on this one, we already know it doesn't run because it's out of oil, or it's low on oil. So we're going to check the oil. I'm going to top it off with some fresh stuff and see if we can get it running. That's the approach I'm going to like to take. So oil fills right there. Overfilled that much. That's fine. Alright, let's see if she runs. So you see how the carpet is on this one here? This is pretty much the same way I'm trying to get it to look on the Gen 2. Just a matter of getting it properly scaled, I guess. She's a runner. Nice. She is a runner, so how much did we overpay on this one? Status on this guy. Whoops. Hold on. That's actually not bad. That's not bad at all. I think once we fix it up there, we'll definitely get it in the good. I'm not even really mad about that. So, what's the condition of the frame? Pretty good shape for a 4-star. Let's weld the frame. I kind of even dig the color on it too. I'm gonna leave it that way. I think I'm gonna leave it that way. So we're gonna fix up some body panels. That one's repairable. That one's repairable. See, I'm really getting into the mode of figuring out how to line up certain parts, like the way they did the strut towers on this one's pretty good. I got a little bit of bead rolling as far as on the firewall. It's kind of the same things I want to do on the Gen 2. Just in comparison. It does give me a lot of inspiration for that. So that is repairable. Yeah, light should be repairable. The bumper. Ooh, looks pretty legit. Yeah, I remember the way the G bodies were on these types of Camaros. They had that pit in here, I guess, as far as in the trunk. Because obviously you got to go over the wheel wells. Pretty legit. Even the bead rolling, I guess, as far as in that part of the firewall or the underbody. Cool. Alright, let's get these parts fixed up. Oh, we didn't have any red parts, that's good. Be able to fix up everything we got here. It was a 4-star, so I guess I wouldn't expect to see any red parts on it. Yep, looks like all the body parts that was on it. So it was pretty complete on the body. I think there was hardly anything missing. If there was, it was very minimal. I might even take the approach of selling the other. I can try to remember if I put. I'm gonna have to pull that one out. Let's put this one away for a second. And I'm going to pull out the other IROC that has the requirement for the DLC. So let's go to this, go to here. I don't remember where I put it. I believe I put that guy right here. Yep, this is the non-edit. Let's put this to the garage. We'll give it a nice comparison here. So this one... We did put that performance gearbox into it. That's what I was trying to remember. I think that's what we did. It was either that, maybe it wasn't that. What did we put in here? That's 1%. Was it not the gearbox? Yeah, it is the gearbox. Okay, just making sure. It is the gearbox. I do remember that because it was kind of a little bit chunky, I guess, as far as what you have here, I guess, as far as on the gearing. Taking that over to the strip. So we did get this dyno at 336. That's the only performance part that we put in there is just that gearbox. Just kind of smooth out the gears. Kind of makes me want to paint this one black. Now that I look at that one. Snowball fight. Yeah, I'll get on that action. Donald been trying to get that snowball fight going. No one else joining in. Alright, let's go ahead and get these parts reinstalled. I'm kind of a little bit wondering if I should paint it black. Slightly skewed, I guess, as far as in that direction, but I also like the red. Red looks cool too. So we'll have to get some new glass. Okay, so I'll leave those out for now. Taillights should be repaired. Yeah, it looks really good at the red too. Okay, so Got that mirror? Well, yeah, we had all the body panels for it. Let's go ahead and pull out this guy. Get some new windows. So we'll go to this body shop. That window, that windshield. Get the rear window. That window. That should be all the windows. That should get the body just slightly under 100% because we need new plates. 94. That sounds about right. So frame is good. Body's more or less good. Just need the plates. But I guess, what did we put on here for plates? Just standard plates. Let's get some standard plates for this one. Go to the plate shop, get some standard dealer plates. Still not 100% sure if we're going to keep it or what we're going to do. Might keep them both. I'm not sure yet. Put these standard plates on. Oh, we only needed the one? I'll be dang. So are we missing... Hold on a minute. Why does this have fog lights and this one don't? That's weird. Hold on a minute. Is that what I did? Screwed up on that edit? So this one's the edit. I wonder if I left those out unintentionally. So this one must have interesting. Let me pull that off for a second. Is that a tuned one? That is not a tuned one. Those are two different styles of front bumper? It must be. Let's go check this out. Let's go over here. Looks like there is. So this one's actually got bumper B just for the IRS. That's kind of cool that that's interchangeable. Yep, so that is the bumper B. I might get a different bumper for that one. Okay, fair enough. Let's put this one back on. I don't know if that's what I screwed up, I guess, as far as on the config. That's very possible. I think when I did the edit, I may not have done the proper body config. Because I did notice here too, it's got the RS. Guess that's got the RS on it too. Okay. Thought that was supposed to have the IROC on there instead, not the RS. IROC-Z. I'm gonna have to look into that. I was pretty sure that one had the IROC on it. Weird. Alright, so this was the one that was original, and this was my edit, so just kind of making those comparisons. So what I am going to do, put these headlights back in here. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Assemble that back in here. So put those in. Those in. Alright, we're going to get a different bumper. I want to get the, let's see what we got here. Get this guy. We're going to have to paint that now. Right, I understand there wasn't any, but I guess when I did my edit on this one here, I did it was basically a copy of this config. I just expected that bumper to be on there, which it wasn't. That's what I'm making a comparison of. I'm well aware of the fact that the RS didn't have those, but this one here, I was trying to make it the IROC-Z, and that had the wrong kind of bumper, because this is the original configuration right there. That's the only comparison I was trying to make. So did we get that? Yep, so let's get that painted. So I have this one to go by. It's kind of cool. It has the two different body configs, I guess, as far as for RS towards IROC. So let's do this. I know a lot about Camaros, let's put it that way. I'm a Chevy guy. Just trying to understand what I did wrong with that edit. Might have to check the body config on it, just see what I did wrong. So this one I want to paint this color. So I need to get this into the swath. I do like the fact that it was included, I guess, as far as with the badge Camaro on there. That's a nice touch. Let's do this. This will get that color in our swath so we can paint our new part. I'll probably just sell this one. Alright, let's get into here. Now we can paint that the right color. That looks good. I like how they got that separated between the different colors around the headlights. And even in the front end there. That's cool. I like how they did that. Attention to detail. Now, even on these, those types of parts there, I guess as far as it still had the place to put the, you know, the placement, I guess as far as for the license plate. But they just completely left it off on this one. So, not a wrong way to go about it, but they did have the, you could put that, mount that on there if you did require, I guess as far as a license plate on the front. Get our headlights, those are already good to go, got those repaired. There we go, now we got that IROC look to it. Sweet. You had a 84 Z28 for 14 years. Yeah, I had a Gen 2. But I also had a 90, which is the same as this one. It wasn't an IROC-Z though. I had a 90 RS, but it did have, it was a factory option, I guess, as far as at the time. It did have the V8 in it. Not supercharged or anything like that. As opposed to the V6. So it's kind of nice. But I did have that for a short period of time, I guess, as far as for that. So I'm a little bit familiar. Now, what I could have swore on this one here is it had the IROC badge for that trim. So the RS had the RS, and then the IROC had the IROC. So unless there's a livery for it, I'm not sure. But the approach was taken on this one here is just to make it a decal and not necessarily an actual 3D object. So like on the badgings I'd done for this one, I made them actually a 3D badge that uses in-game materials, I guess, as far as to apply. A combination of in-game materials and texture. So that was a little bit of a... So, again, not a lot of wrong way of going about it, I guess, as far as I just... you know, like comparing, I guess, as far as different approaches to applying decals. But man, I could have swore this one had an IROC on it. Not sure what happened with that. So this one I didn't do anything with. This is the original configuration for this car. And I can't say it enough. I could have swore it had IROC-Z on that. But the fact that it has the RS on there, it kind of bugs me. Because that should have the IROC-Z going along the bottom there. As far as the rocker panel. Anyway, so... body should be 100%. Good deal. Alright, so we bought too many plates. So let's go ahead and get rid of the one plate. I was thinking we could put one on the front. I think this one I'm just going to sell. That's the RS bumper. Cool deal. So let's get into this one a little bit further and do some interior. So this one's my own edit to add a different steering wheel, as I already mentioned. Pull this one out, we'll get some new interior. Welcome back there, Coyote. We had an 84 for 14 years. So this G body, I guess, as far as this particular body style, I think, if I remember right, don't quote me on it, Because I know the Gen 2 went from 70, I think, until 84. But it might have been like 81, 82. I'm a little bit foggy on that. So before we went from this Gen 2, then we had... I take that back. So this was 90. So we have a in-game one, I guess, as far as that's... I'm going to pull that one out. That one's the Gen 3. I think that one's at 80... So it's pre to this one. Yeah, get some room here. So let me put this standard away here for a second. And I want to pull out... Crap. Alright, hold on. Wrong menu. Let's go here. We've got our in-game Z28. Their version of it. Which is this dude. This was the Gen 3. This one's a... No, actually this was the Gen 4. That's a 96. That's what I was... I'd never had one of these. I will admit, as far as the Gen 4. Let's move this out. This one's a 96. Yeah, so that would be post-fact of this body style. I kind of always liked this one the most out of the newer generations of Camaro, next to the Gen 2, of course, that I had here. So, never had one of these. So this one we made it a drag version. This one's got quite a bit of... Yep, quite a bit of performance to it. That's the approach we took on this one. I didn't even realize that, too. That's got a racing stripe on it. I guess I didn't continue that on the hood. I never painted that. Probably do that. So we must not have done all the parts on this one here, did we? 91% on the body. Guess I didn't realize I did that. So yeah, we could... I did a budget build, I guess on this one here to make it a drag one. Looks more like a shoehorn or a door wedge on those body styles. I kind of like the more square body type of look, I guess, as far as like this one. That's probably one of my all-time favorites ones is this generation. 82 till 92 was Gen 3. So it was 82? Yeah, so Gen 2, the last one they did at 82 was 82. So I had a 70, well, it was on the tail end of this 70 model year. So it would have been 70, 71. So it was like one of the first runs of that, and was this style. I ended up getting a aftermarket low profile column induction hood, which is similar to this one. I did have the 305 V8 into it, I guess, as far as it was bored 30 over, so it was definitely a sleeper. Missed that car. Rolled it, I guess, as far as dragging down the country roads. But yeah, just to kind of give... we even have the 69 Camaro, I guess, as far as in comparison. So, vast differences in body style, I guess, as far as for all the generations of the Camaro. But they were very distinctive in each generation. I think between the 69, this one, and the Gen 2 are my all-time favorites. Not that I dislike, I guess, as far as the Gen 4, but dislike those the most. So yeah, 82 to 85 was the IROC. Yeah, I thought it was beyond that because this one's a 90. Because I did have a 90, but it wasn't the IROC. It was just the RS with the V8, which is a special. So I was thinking the IROC went further than 85, from what I remember. You like the 69 generation? Yeah, the 69. That first, that first generation of it. Yeah, that's like iconic. That's like a time capsule of sorts, I guess, as far as with that first rendition of that Camaro. And then you had, of course, the Pontiac Firebird that kind of followed that same body style. So yeah, nice reminiscing, I guess, as far as over the Camaros. Oh yeah, let's put this one back. Let's see, so let's do parking. I gotta clean up my parking now. We'll get this one back out, that's our standard. Alright, and then we'll put our Z28 back. Whoops, I keep going to the wrong one. Oh my goodness, go to parking. Here, let's put this one back to its home. Is right here. Cool, we got still our Willys in there. Man, they did really good, I guess, as far as on the looks of this one here, because very distinctive, I guess, as far as on the taillights for the IROC-Z. I think even the RS had that too. A lot of different swaps you could do with these different trims. They even included, I guess, as far as the hatchback cover, I guess, as far as for you got to put stuff in the back there if you want people looking in there. Most people that I knew, like the one I had, that wasn't an IROC-Z, like I said, was the RS. I tinted the back window, so in case I put my subs in the back there, whatever like that. I wanted you to hear it, but not necessarily see it. A lot of room in back there for that type of stuff. All right, so what else? Did interior? We took the interior out. We gotta put it back in. Get that done. So let's do assemble. I don't even remember. Did I get that on the list? I don't think I did. Okay, normal mode. Let's go to gear shop and get those parts. Interior. Yep, so 2 buckets in the front, 1 bench in the back, and of course the steering wheel. This was my edit, I guess, as far as it doesn't require the police DLC. Interior, put that back. I can see how that that one that was used on the that requires the police DLC for that steering wheel. It does fit on the steering column a lot better than this one, I will admit. But like on this one, kind of hard to see. It doesn't encompass, I guess, as far as the steering column as good as this one does. I think this was more appropriate style-wise, I guess, as far as this, for that steering column and that design for the IROC. Pretty cool in comparison to this one, but this was a nice alternative to it. The only reason why I did the edit. Okay, so our interior should be 100%. Oh, we gotta detail it. Yeah, they never detail it at the auctions there for some reason. Let's get this over here, and we'll get this detailed up. We like the cars that go boom. No, vroom, not necessarily boom. I am hoping that the one that did the mod for the 3rd gen will give us T-tops and rear louvers as options. There's a 3rd gen, so that would be this one, right? You're talking about this one here, old timer? This would be the 3rd gen. Yeah, I have a T-top option. That would be cool. I didn't have T-tops on my RS in this trim, I guess, as far as, but yeah, that would be cool to have a T-top option. The louvers on the back? I don't remember the louvers on the back. Unless you meant on the window. Yeah, you did have that option, I guess, as far as back in that time too, I guess, as far as to have the louvers on the back window. I never cared for those, quite honestly, the back louvers. I just I put tint on it instead. But they did have it as an option. Let's get this out of the way. So we've got, now to this point, our interior frame and body is good. Now we've got the other parts. So let's do some work on the engine bay. Get some parts fixed up here. Yeah, so that's why the other reason why I had to bring that other one out. That's an in-game car. That was the 4th gen. This is the 3rd gen. So it's nice to have all the generations. Now they did have this was part of my inspiration to do the Gen 2, is I never cared for the look of the Gen 2 that they made for in-game, for the bolt roulette. Just never cared for the look of it. So that's why it gave me the inspiration to do the Gen 2. You kind of have that. Now, I know a lot of people don't really otherwise care, I guess, as far as they're not that particular, I guess, as far as, but that's fair. But I felt I needed to do it some justice. Just the nose on that in particular just doesn't look right. And to include, I guess, as far as the back end, you know, having the non-legit tail lights and all that. Just felt I had to do it some justice. Okay, get that drained. Cherry juice out of here. I mean, it was a decent attempt, I guess, as far as to get, you know, some of those types of cars. I think they did a really good job on that Gen 4. It's not perfect by any stretch, but it's pretty decent on the Gen 4. But yeah, the fact that we've got this one now, I guess, as far as to have at least the Gen 2 by default. We have now the Gen 3, and then they already had the Gen 4. That's kind of cool. So it definitely gives me the motivation, I guess, as an ambition, I guess, as far as to do other cars that we don't have necessarily, you know, a part of the game. Now, we don't know what's going to be in 26. They haven't really disclosed as of yet, I guess, as far as which cars are going to be in there. So that's going to be interesting to find out which ones they will include. I'm going to charge that battery. Get that on the charger. Okay. That's good there. And let's get this bug juice out of here. Get that replaced. Cool. Now let's fix up what we can. So we took out the module in that. I really like the way it's done here in the engine bay. It looks a lot of, you know, pretty primitive straight lines, but it's pretty clean. In comparison to mine here, it's very simple. I want to make it less simple. Like I want to get the edges of the fender wells, I guess, as far as a little bit more rounded off, not tubby looking, and then dress up the firewall. After seeing that, what was done with the GTO, that was done by that modder, that's whoa, that gave me a whole different perspective, I guess, as far as what approach to take. So let's get over to this bench. Fix up these parts, and we'll have to buy the new reservoirs. I'm gonna refill it up with the fluids. Actually, I might wait to put the fluids back in after we get the engine rebuild. Alright, we'll rebuild that. I don't have one built of that design, but we can definitely fix that one up. We know it runs. Definitely runs. Clean up pretty nice in here. Alright, let's go ahead and get these all in here that we repaired. You have a Rockford Fosgate 12-inch P2 punch. Oh, you're talking about amplifiers. I was like, what? In your Subaru pushing all 800 watts. I can't even remember. I remember Rockford Fosgate. We have to get a new one of those. Yeah, I remember the Rockford Fosgates. I still have, I think, the one that I had from way back when. That's still fine. It's got the electronic crossover. Get some thumpy bumpies in the bass lines. We need to go to here, the ECU. Get that 100%. So servo should be repaired. I'll have to get that gear fuse box out of here. Let's do that. Trying to do the fuse panel. Get some new fuse and relays. Fix up the fuse panel. So you got you got 12 inchers. Yeah, I had 12 inchers on pretty much all the cars that I had. I had 12 inch. I don't remember what model they were, but they were a Rocker Fosgate. And I also had a Rocker Fosgate amplifier. It was a 1,000-watt amplifier with electronic. It had electronic crossover. Oh yeah, it was a nice one. I think I still have that too. We did drain those fluids. I'm gonna take all this out too. Cool. All right, let's get that fixed up. It's cleaning up pretty nicely so far. Oop, try that again. You haven't broken any parts today. I was trying to keep it that way. Keep missing the mark though. What's up with that? Cool. Alright, let's get this in there. And that looks really good. These are probably the closest that you'll get to the actual IROC rims. They're not perfect, but just that pattern, that's pretty close. Be kind of neat if we did actually have a IROC style rim. Just in comparison. That would be kind of cool. I think I did put this on here myself. This is my own edit. I felt this one was closer than what this one was. This is what they had on there by default. And that's what's kind of nice as far as being able to swap different parts out there to get the look you're looking for. So that was repairable. Cool. Get a new filter. Go back to this store. New filter. Get everything back to 100%. Clips. Yes, please. So that battery should be charged. Take that off the charger. Okay, we need a new reservoir for the cherry juice. A new coolant reservoir. Whoa, wrong deal. What are you doing? Try that again. Fumbling a little bit. Okay, so let's get that battery off the charger. Ooh, slap that puppy in. I don't know, what do y'all think, I guess, as far as these look more authentic, I guess, as far as than those by default? I thought so. Yeah, I felt that was closest to the actual design of the IROC rims. Okay, so that's all fixed up. Let's get a new bug juice container. Okay, fuse panel's all fixed up. Let's get some new fuse and relays. So I missed one of the little guys, because as far as in the speed run that we did earlier. Okay, so let's see if we got... Oh! Come on, now get to the right store. There we go. So we need one of the big guys, or these little guys, 3 of these, 3 of those. Finally just downloaded the game on new PC. What the heck were you waiting for there, Coyote? What's wrong with you? I'm just giving you crap. Yeah, we had a lot of fun in this game. So even the fact that it's coming near the end of its time, so it's been out for 5 years. Good 5 years, I guess, as far as, and it's done us well. I'm looking forward to the next rendition, and so I'm only expecting, and I'm sure everybody is, I guess, as far as see some good things come out of the next rendition. What I'm hopeful for is a lot of the mods that are available, I guess, as far as for this game will be easy enough ported, I guess, as far as the new version. That's why I haven't really put that much more time on the too many different models, because if it's going to be a little bit different, I guess, as far as in how we get those cars into the game, I guess, as far as then I don't want to spend too much time on one here, but at least gives me an idea what's going to be involved. That's been the one thing I take from it. Okay, so how we doing status wise? 58% on parts. What we still got out of this thing? We did the interior. Radiators in there. So why are we at? Wait, how low were we at in the first place? One other flaw that I noticed with this, the design of this thing, and I don't know if they've taken this into consideration. It's got a little bit of clipping of the core support, I guess, as far as on that the bumper. If we pull this off, they also fixed the issue, I guess, as far as that we're having with painting the bumper separate. It puts you outside the paint booth if you're painting that separate. That was been fixed. I'm hoping they take into consideration this little clip here, I guess, as far as on the radiator shroud. Got that body sticking in there. It's just little things like that. Easily fixable, I guess, as far as from the modeling standpoint, though. That back on there. Cool. So I guess I'm not understanding how low was the parts. Maybe it was that low. It might have been. So I guess where are we at here? I think I'm gonna leave this for next week, I guess, as far as to do a little bit more work on that. But one of the things that I did notice, I guess, as far as on my own edit here, I guess, as far as I might have screwed up on the body config, to where I put the wrong type of front end on it. That was the only other thing. So the only thing I noticed on that was that right there. But other than that, pretty solid deal, I guess, as far as with that they're available on the Steam Workshop. So if you don't have it yet, and like these types of cars, feel free to. You've been playing others? Yeah, I get you. I just had to give you some crap there, Coyote. We got our own particular games we like to play. So we do got some stuff here we can sell and or scrap. Let's do that. We're pretty well on our way, I guess, as far as to get that one there. But I'm going to save some of that up there for next week. Tomorrow here, folks, we're going to be getting into some trucking. So if you're looking forward to seeing some trucking, I guess, as far as in both ATS and ETS2, both America and Europe, I guess, as far as we'll be divulging into that tomorrow. Trying to build up that that company over there in Europe. It's bringing back some memories, I guess, as far as how much we struggled to get the business built up, I guess, as far as in ATS. Okay, so we can sell the rest of that. This is just the approach I like to take. There's really no wrong way. You can absolutely scrap yellow parts. I like to sell them. Get a little bit more money that way, I guess, as far as it just depends on if you're trying to build up the scrap points or you just want the money. So we got everything. Inventory is clear. Did I clean it up out here? Yeah, we had a lot of nice good cool things happen there. We worked on the Willys. Yeah, we worked on that Willys. I was really expecting a little bit more out of it than we did, but also found this one here at the auction. Kind of did my own edit, I guess, as far as that IROC-Z, and did that bear frame, I guess, as far as speed run of that that car. We got that one sold. Had a lot of fun here today, folks. So hope you all did too. Do appreciate the new follows for today, but if you haven't followed already and you like what you see, you want to see more of it, hit that follow button on the channel to get the notification when the streams are live. Our social medias are posted to the channel. Put these out at your leisure, so you can check that out as you see fit. I do like to let the folks know what's going on in between streams. I'm looking at some other games, I guess, as far as to potentially add to the lineup, for example, too. So feel free to chime in on any of that over on the Rock Nation Discord. Just taking a look here to see who we got. We can send this off to. Yeah, I got a good idea where I want to go. We're going to be doing some of this tomorrow here on the channel. Doing some ATS for starters. So we're going to go show Team Grumpy some love over there. Doing some ATS. So if you can please stick around, I guess, as far as for the raid on the outro, if you are on the purple side. You drop by, you raid. What's going on, Whirlwind? Yeah, we're just getting ready to raid out. I guess as far as over to Team Grumpy. He might be getting off. Hopefully, I'm hoping to catch him, I guess, as far as before he gets off. So let's hurry up, jump over there, folks. I guess as far as, I hope you all do have a marvelous rest of your Monday. Hope to see you all again real soon, folks.